Good morning. The Pardon Board's call to order today is Wednesday, December 18, 2024. The time is 8:39 a.m. Would you call the roll, please?
Cheryl Renata.
Here.
Chuck Tillett.
Here.
Carolyn Station.
Here.
Pete Freeman.
Here.
Steve Prayer.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. As we proceed through the day, we will allow public comment upon request before any action that we take. We move into regular business, and that is first review and approval of the minutes from yesterday, Tuesday, December 17th, 2024 regular meeting. Those are in your packet. Are there any corrections? I'll entertain a motion for adoption.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move to approve the minutes from December 17th as December 17th meeting as presented.
I second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton, a second by Mr. Tillis to approve the minutes for Tuesday, December 17th. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, those minutes are approved. Our next agenda item is our business of the day, consideration of applications for clemency or pardon. Mr. Freeman.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a motion. In the interest of efficiency for today's lengthy docket, I move to invoke the 3-minute rule today for all speakers, both in favor and in opposition.
We have a motion by Mr. Freeman. Your second.
I second.
Second by Mr. Tillis to limit our speakers to 3 minutes, both in favor and opposition. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we'll invoke the 3-minute rule today. And we are ready for our first case, and that is Ms. Auger. I believe she is with us on Zoom. Good morning, ma'am. You're on mute. There you are.
Oh, hello.
Morning. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, please.
My name is CARRIE AUGER and my address is 876 Alton Auger Road in Marion, Louisiana, 71260.
All right. Thank you. So let me just read some identifying information into the record. So Ms. Auger, your DOC number is 745292. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Union Parish, the 3rd Judicial District, in July of 2019 to 2 years hard labor that was suspended. You were placed on supervised probation and for possession of methamphetamines. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Auger, would you, take a moment and tell us how you got involved in the criminal activity and why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms?
I was going through some personal challenges. My marriage was kind of on the rocks and we had been having problems and I went the wrong way. And I have definitely learned from my mistake and it has actually pushed me into a brighter future. And I have completely given my life to the Lord and I have started a children's group at my church and, we meet on Sundays and Wednesdays and my biggest mistake has turned into the biggest blessing of my life.
Your case this morning has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Morning.
Hello.
I want to ask you, how was it that meth was your very first drug to use? And is that your only drug use? You got caught?
Yes, ma'am. And I was going through some personal challenges and this is no excuse, but I just turned to the wrong thing. And it was just, I guess, easy to get. And
That's your only time to use meth? The time that you got arrested in the vehicle? That was it? That's all.
That was it.
My vehicle and.
That was it. That was it. I've never been in trouble. I've never been a menace to society. It was a really bad mistake.
One time.
One time, yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was, okay, so why do you need a pardon with restoration of firearms?
I live way out in the country and my husband works out of state and we have lots of wild animals. And we have a farm and, you know, we have lots of snakes and wild hogs and different things. And, you know, I have to, you know, protect my cats and dogs and animals. And I just would like to have my rights back so I could be able to protect my home because my husband is gone.
Am I correct that you've gotten off of probation as of 2024? I mean, 2021, is that correct?
Yes,
Your arrest
ma'am.
2019 and probation ended in 2021, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it was 3 years ago, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You have unopposition from the judge and the DA, and then law enforcement, no comment. I did want to put that on the record. Is there anything else you'd want to say to us?
I'm very sorry for my past mistake. And I know that I've learned from it and I've grown as a person. And I would really appreciate this pardon.
Okay. Well, Madam Chairman, I'm finished with my questions.
Any other questions?
Ma'am.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Ms. Auger. I think we are prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote today is to deny because there hasn't been enough time between the time when you got off of probation. Now it's only been 3 years and you can apply again. And I think we need to wait a little bit.
Mr. Prater,
I concur.
Mr. Freeman,
I also concur.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to deny.
And I do agree, Ms. Auger, we have a practice that we'd like to see someone have a 5-year, at least 5 years. In your case, 5 years cleansing period after you off paper, as we say, after you complete your probation. I'm really proud of the work you're doing in your church with the kids. Keep that up and reapply in a couple of years after you've had a little more cleansing period. Good luck to you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, good morning, Mr. LeBlanc. Are you on mute? There you go.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, sir. Would you
How you
introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
My name is COLBY LEBLANC. My address is 12527 Highway 695, Kaplan, Louisiana.
Your zip code.
70510 is
What?
the Abbeville. I just moved to this address, so I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. LeBlanc, let me read some identifying information into the record and we'll get started with our interview with you. Your DOC number is 737056. You are seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Vermilionville in September of 2018 for attempted possession with intent to distribute marijuana. You received a 7-year hard labor sentence that was suspended, and you were placed on 3 years active supervised probation. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So take a moment, Mr. LeBlanc, before we start our interview and tell us, about your criminal activity and why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms?
You need to know, you want me to explain why I should get it back, or?
Yeah, why do you think, why did you apply? Why and how you were involved in criminal activity?
Okay, so actually, attempted to possess, to attempt to distribute, I really don't think that's a felony, but how I got involved with it was they sent somebody to my house to purchase a little bit of marijuana. And I told the guy no 3 times not to come to my house. He ended up coming anyway. He ended up getting something and he turned it into the law. So in that case, when they came in, they wanted me to give up some names, which I don't have no names because I'm not in that kind of life. So I had no names to give. Well, the officer told me, he said, well, if you don't give me no names, I'm going to make life hard on you. I said, okay, good deal. Well, my thing is, when they came into the house, the gun was nowhere around the marijuana. The safe that the marijuana was in was locked away, was locked up, and the key was in my truck. So this guy says that I have my child in danger, which the key was in my truck. So how could my children get in the safe? And the gun was nowhere around the safe. So from the beginning, they railroaded me. It was a very unfair situation.
And so that's why you're applying for a pardon with firearms?
Yes, ma'am. I actually received a letter from your office.
You referring to the first offender pardon?
Yeah, it might be the first offender. I'm sorry. I'm not used to doing all this.
Okay. So, Mr. LeBlanc, your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer any questions he may have?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. One of the things that we have to determine is if we feel like that you should be pardoned so that nothing can be used against you going forward. I look back at your criminal history, and although you didn't kill anybody, you've been arrested and dealt with quite a few times by law enforcement. Would you agree to that?
Yes, sir. But I'm not convicted of many of them. If you look at my rap sheet, there's not many convictions.
Yes, sir. But there are some, and there's a number of drug-related arrests.
How many drug related arrests?
Let me say, DWI in 2000, possession of alcohol under 21 in 2000, disturbing the peace, public intimidation, interfering with a police officer in 2001, simple battery, simple burglary of inhabited dwelling in 2001, drunk in 2003, 2010, simple battery and unauthorized entry you were arrested for. The charges were used, okay? 2015, let me finish.
Is that all convictions?
Let me finish, okay, and then we'll talk about that. 2015 cyber stalking, and you pled to criminal mischief on that. 2015 possession, criminal trespass, and possession of marijuana. You're arrested on a bench warrant for that, so that has something to do with something previous. 2015 possession of drug paraphernalia, 3 counts, no contest. You pled on that. 2016 distribution of Schedule 1, CDS under 17, illegal weapon CDS and drug paraphernalia. And so, and then this 2018 deal that we're dealing with today. So, and I understand some of those were dropped and all that, but try to, I know you got a lot of anger in your eyes right now, but try to understand that that's what we look at your criminal history and what we're dealing with, and all you wanted to get in the publication, the only thing that's going to be pardoned off your record is the attempted possession with intent. Everything else is going to be on your record. So my question to you is, why are you wanting to do this?
I kind of was told that I should get a pardon.
Yeah, but you understand all that other stuff's going to be on your record still.
Well, sir, I mean, it's been on my record since 2001, some of the charges you bringing up.
2000. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2024. It's been on my record anyway.
Okay, that's all the question.
So let me ask you this, Mr. LeBlanc, is having this particular felony conviction on your record a barrier to any advancement in your employment or what? Anything other than the no firearm?
I've just never been a felon, so I'd rather not be a felon.
All right. I don't see any more questions. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Yes, ma'am. I vote to deny because of the criminal history and also because of the length of time since he's been off of probation. It's not been that long probation or whatever. But I'd like to see more plenty period.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur.
Mr. Tiller.
I concur.
I concur. And I do concur, Mr. Long. We'd like to see a little more cleansing period. So today, sir, your application for pardon has been denied. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're ready for our next case. That's Mr. Greenhouse. Good morning, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address. You have to speak up so we can hear.
Norris Greenhouse, I just want my board, Jack Road, that's my Louisiana, 7
All right, thank you, sir. Let me just acknowledge the folks who are here with us in the room today. Speaking on your behalf will be Anthony Ponton, your cousin, Alea Vega, your sister. Also here in support, we have Jeremy Rose, Jacoby Shaw, Cheryl Greenhouse, and Anthony Smith. Here with us today in opposition, we have Christopher Pugh, Kathy Martez. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Both of whom will be speaking in opposition. We have Ashley Jett and Damon White also here in opposition. First, Mr. Greenhouse, I'm going to read some identifiers into the record and ask you to verify that they're correct. And then we'll ask to hear from you before we hear from the speakers, and then we'll start our interview process. So you are here today. Your DOC number is 726128. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in the 12th Judicial District of Wells Parish in October 4th of 2017. You received a 2-year, 6 months DOC sentence of hard labor, malfeasance in office. And then you received a 5-year DOC hard labor sentence for negligent homicide. Those sentences were to run consecutively. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Mr. Greenhouse, take a moment and tell the board. So you have an attorney here with you today?
Yes, sir.
It's Mr. Burge. Is he here? Oh, okay, sir. I'm sorry. I just got your card. You want to introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, sir. I think this for the verse, since council on behalf of the Norris Green. That borrow
Yeah, please.
number is 374.
Okay, thank you, sir. And before we start our interview, we'll ask to hear from you. Okay. Mr. Greenhouse, tell us why you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Yes, ma'am. More than board. Greenhouse, you can see the pardon. Since my incarceration, I got into a program, signature bill program, audit program that they really, and further my education, received my associate's degree. While also incarcerated, I attended Blackstone Career Institute, got my paralegal study certification. Upon my release, I attended Lawrence College and got my bachelor's degree. So at that point in time, I was still trying to continue my education. At that point upon release, I went to ANDT, non-destructive testing. After completing that course, I applied for my TWIC card. Was unsuccessful in obtaining my TWIC card due to the conviction. At that point, I began working at Greenhouse Law Office as a paralegal. I worked for attorney Philip Burge Law for Philip Burge, paralegal, and we law firm for me, attorney for Shutter Davis. One of my goals is to still trying to every day is to become Louisiana notary. Once I contacted Louisiana notary to submit my application, they had the requirements that was necessary to get it. One of the requirements that I didn't meet was being a convicted felon at that time and not pardoned. And I had to see a goal, still pardon from the government in order to continue my education and go through the process. As far as firearms and restoration, why I love them is that since I was a little bitty boy, my family is big. I mean, and it's something that I want my kids to be able to do, me to teach them like I was taught them. Another hope is for my firearm restoration is to hopefully one day get back into law enforcement if the opportunity presents itself. I pro law enforcement still to this day. I have a lot of friends that's law enforcement. I think that if the opportunity presents itself again, I will once again be a good fit for them.
Well, tell us then, thank you for that information, all of that. Tell us your version of what happened.
On November 3rd, 2015, I was on patrol from Ward North Street, Ward 2, City Marshals Office. I was patrolling on Preston Street, coming to the intersection of Spring Valley Road. While I was stopping at the red light, I observed a vehicle coming in the opposite direction behind the vehicle or around that vehicle to proceed to the intersection. Once that vehicle came on the side of me, almost to the side of me, I activated my blue lights. That vehicle at that point then turned into the parking lot of Harris, got back on to Spring Valley Road and traveled toward South Main Street. Going South Main Street, that vehicle failed to stop at the intersection of South Main and Spring Valley Road, making a left turn. All while in pursuit, I radioed in for assistance. While on South Main, the intersection of Tarleton Street, that vehicle stopped on South Road. I advised the dispatch the vehicle had then stopped. I went to exit my patrol car, and that time that vehicle once again drove off. I then advised dispatch that we were backing up pursuit, the rest of the traffic was where we were going. Upon coming in at the wide intersection of South Main and Washington Street, the vehicle decided to proceed straight ahead of Washington Street. While passing the Marshall City Police Department, I seen units outside and people standing outside, hoping, wishing they would join the pursuit. While coming on to the intersection of Washington Street and Mark Street, that vehicle made a left turn. One traveling down Mark Street, I advised dispatch the erratic driver that the driver was doing a discipline. One coming to the intersection of Mark Street and Preston Street, that vehicle then made a left turn onto Preston Street. That time, the other city marshal unit blocked the roadway to attempt to stop this vehicle. That vehicle then went around that city marshal's office vehicle and continued to proceed down Preston Street. Upon proceeding down Preston Street, that vehicle made a right turn on Martin Luther King. While trying Martin Luther King, deputies behind me advised, tried to get around the vehicle, try to box him in. At that point, I tried to do so. I tried to box him in every attempt I made to go around the vehicle, that vehicle swerved to the direction of my patrol car. Then advised that I could not do it. While coming to the end of MLK, and I believe that's Stenshaw, that vehicle decided to make a left turn to a dead end street. At that point, I asked my patrol vehicle, upon approaching the vehicle in front of me, that vehicle began to back up in the direction of my vehicle, between myself, my vehicle, and that person's vehicle. Upon that vehicle backing up, I removed myself, jumping out of the way in order not to get pinned between both vehicles. That vehicle then drove forward as I'm getting up off the ground, and by this time, the vehicle was backing up again, and I heard gunfire. At that point, I don't know where the gunfire was coming from, or the vehicle was coming my direction, and shots were being fired. At that point, I did discharge my deadly weapon in an attempt to stop the vehicle for the safety of myself, in order to not get rained over or possibly rammed again. At that point, the shots was fired, other officers came for assistance.
Thank you, sir.
At no point in time did I ever see anyone else in the vehicle. I do believe that the events by everybody involved were different, the outcome would have been different.
All right, we'd like to hear from the folks who are here in support. If we could, Neil. We'd like to hear from your sister first. Maybe you step up to the podium.
Good morning, my name is Alina, and I'm here in support of my brother Norris Greenhouse Jr. and his recommendation for a pardon. As a sister, I've known him all my life. So he's always struck me as a person with perseverance and never meeting a stranger. Unfortunate that the events that occurred that night has changed everyone's lives on both sides. And we're deeply saddened of the loss of a child. During that time, my brother still has been a pillar in the community, still helps out in any and every way that he possibly can. He's never deterred from his community. He has never had ill wishes or bad faith. And that's why I feel as though a pardon would be in favor of him and his children to better his education himself as he has continued to do throughout these past 6-7 years.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. And Mr. Ponton?
Morning, board. Anthony Ponton, been knowing this young man who became a man, being on the other side of this. I was in law enforcement for 34 years. And seeing both sides of it, you big old vision. You're gonna have that tunnel vision, just seeing just one side. But seeing the growth of him since his relief, it's eye-opening to see someone who worked so hard to better himself and his family. And not only his family, but his community also. He's also been a mentor to several family members, young men in the family, advising them of making the right choices and wrong choices and what can happen within a split second decision, how you can change your life and other lives of other people also. He's still growing, and those are the characters that we need in the community, and that young men need to see that although you went through this issue, you can still come out on the other end and help your community and be a better person. And I see that in him. And if I didn't see it in him, I wouldn't be here today. But I do see that in him. Cousin or not, I see that in him. But he's a great job, and he's doing a whole lot for the community and also for others. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Mr. Burge, we'd like to hear from you, sir.
My name is Philip Larson, standing here with the NORRIS GREENHOUSE. Quite often, when you interact with law enforcement, you want to see certain things. I was in the United States Marine for over 8 years, and honor, courage, and commitment are 3 things that we hold dear. Those things are something I've never seen more in someone to come out of the prison system. As he conducts himself in his community, he still conducts himself as a leader, he still conducts himself as a protector. He mentors children, he coaches, he does every single solitary thing that he can do to show his community that where he stood as a guardian of the people of the town, of the area, of the parish, he still stands there as that same person today with or without a badge. I've seen him pursue education, I've seen him pursue employment, I've seen him pursue bettering himself more than the thousands of individuals that I've worked with in my years as an attorney. I feel like his integrity, his character have all shown rehabilitation in a place where he may not have even originally thought he needed to be changed. But he's found change in himself, he's found ways to improve himself, he's found ways to show that every single solitary day, he can show up and be a better person. He can still be a valuable member of society, and he can still contribute to his community and to the state, and most of all to his family. I do understand that one reason he is seeking the pardon is because several opportunities to, as a father of 3 children, as a member of the community, as somebody who is doing everything they can to show that they are better and they're still a great person. I know not having the pardon over and over again has kept him from having job opportunities and it's kept him from continuing to achieve the levels that he wants. I've talked to Mr. Greenhouse, he still has a passion for law enforcement, he still has a passion for law, he still has a passion for justice. But in this situation, he was one of the few people that I would stand here and recommend for a pardon. I don't take that very lightly. I worked as a public defender in 16 JDC. I worked as a public defender in East Baton Rouge. I worked as a private public defense attorney. I've never stood at this podium and asked for somebody to have a pardon. And so I just asked him to consider the factors in what anybody would ever be recommended for a pardon has. A law enforcement officer who was a part of a tragic situation, who's expressed every bit of remorse that he can, who's done every single thing he can to show that he's made changes, made improvements, and will continue to do better. I can never think of anybody who will qualify for it.
Thank you, Ms. Burge. All right, now, we'd like to hear from the opposition, and I'll let you guys decide who goes first.
We have a little law.
I don't have them on my list.
Oh,
as a speaker. Go ahead. Go ahead. Introduce yourself.
I'm Chris Few. I'm the victim of the victim's father. That speech wrote out. Me to articulate things about brain damage. I do want to point out this man just lied and gave his open statement about me going around officers, all the people blocking me. I was never, the rest of my call was never pointed at this officer, not one time. Being said, next Christopher Few, I stand before you as a grieving father that are irrevocably altered by the tragic loss of my son, Jeremy Martis. The day he was taken from me was not just the end of a life, but marked again, found under the grief that carried with me every day. Jeremy was just 6 years old, bright, innocent child, dreams of potential. He loved dinosaurs, superheroes, and playing outside. Now those dreams have been extinguished, I've left only memories what could have been. Cannot express that my son or articulate the void absence of created in my life. I was assured as part of the plea agreement that Norris Greenhouse would never wear a badge again. That promise was a source of solace for me, know that the individual responsible for my son's death not have the power to take away another life. Bar would not only go against the promise that we, but it also create a chilling reality for me and my family that Greenhouse was allowed to return to law enforcement. I'll forever be looking over my shoulder, haunted by a thought he could once again wield his authority of my son's death. June and July 2019, just weeks after Greenhouse was released, we go on to go around various sober living houses, actually looking for him. My wife was able to speak with him on the phone. Residents called her, refused to identify himself or the agency he worked for, only stating he was going to find Christopher Few. At the advice of the Battery Police Department, we offered to meet him in the parking lot with a uniformed officer. That point, he refused to meet, has not contacted us since. Time the Greenhouse's release led us to speculate that this was Greenhouse potentially sent a private investigator out. Now, standing here today, I'm reminded of the irreversible impact the action that led to Jeremy's death. Not just about one moment in time, but the privilege and pain that continues to spread to my family and my friends in our community. Every birthday, every holiday, every simple moment overshadowed by the knowledge of Jeremy not being here. I fully consider the ramifications of granting Norris Greenhouse such a decision. Not only undermine justice that was served, but also dismiss the struggle that victims' families endure every day. This is the message that accountability can be overlooked, paying families like mine. Jeremy deserves to be remembered, just like deserves to be beyond this tragedy. Let's ensure that justice prevails, not just for Jeremy, but for all victims of violence. We owe it to them and ourselves to uphold the values, accountability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Kathy Martis. I am Jeremy's maternal grandmother. My daughter bore Jeremy. I was the second person in this world to ever lay hands on him. I helped the doctor clean him off after birth. I raised him as my son until he came to live with his father. Just want everyone to understand that the lasting effect that this has had on my life. I forever go to bed at night thinking that I sent Jeremy to his death. The applicant said that he has expressed remorse. I haven't seen it at all. Honestly, I don't understand how he can stand in front of Chris and everyone has to be part of this. He agreed to this. He agreed to the plea bargain. He agreed to have his badge removed, his right to firearms taken. And now he wants to put us through this again to ask to be pardoned like it never happened. I had a big speech written that I wanted to bring in with me, that I was under the impression that we couldn't bring paper in. But I did send it in, and I hope that you all have read it. I've seen the whole body cam footage in its entirety. Never once did I see Chris try to use his vehicle as a weapon. Chris had no weapons on him. He had his arms, his body, his whole self out the window trying to block Jeremy and protect his son. I saw Chris hanging out the window, all bloody and shot. And I could hear Chris in the background begging for help for his son. And never, not once, did Greenhouse or Stafford go to render aid or just see the aftermath of what they had done. I heard police officers in the background throwing up because the scene was so horrific. And I saw what they saw on the body cam footage. And that will forever be in place. It will never be reversed. There will never be alive again. And I don't think Greenhouse should ever be pardoned from that, ever. I think we got a life sentence, and so should he. Now, I would ask you to please vote no on this. And I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. All right, Mr. Greenhouse, you can step back there. Your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Prater. He'll take the lead on you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, good morning, I'm sorry. I don't have a lot of questions. Our job, as you know, is not to try the case. The case has been tried already. It's us to look at the circumstances and why you feel like you're deserving of a pardon, and to listen to what the victim opposition is also. You pled guilty to 2 serious felonies, one involving your job and one that had victims, multiple victims. How long did you end up spending in jail?
I went to jail on October 4th of 2017. I was released on June 28th, 2019.
Okay. So a little over 2 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then how many years of parole did you have?
I was on parole until 2022, May of 2022.
So that was another, how many years?
3 years.
Okay. So you spent 2.5 years in jail and the 3 years of parole. And so since this occurred, it has not even been 10 years, has it?
9 years.
9 years, so it's 9 years. You had a co-defendant, is that correct? What, the co-defendant didn't take a deal. What was their sentence?
40 years.
They're still in jail.
Correct.
Right. Okay. That's all the questions I got.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah.
Mr. Phillips?
I heard you on your statement, identify what had happened. Once he stopped, how did the shots begin?
Once he stopped, I asked my patrol vehicle to attempt to approach his vehicle. That vehicle began banging towards myself and my unit. I jumped out the way from him. to keep getting pinned up between the two vehicles. While myself getting back up and gathering myself around shots were being fired at that time. I did not know who was firing at that time. I fired my duty weapon, intent to stop the vehicle. I got 4 times all shots that I fired, recovered, say that he shot fired on myself, hitting his victim, and all whatsoever.
So there are other policemen shooting too?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? All right, so, I don't see any other questions. Mr. Greenhouse, so I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Yes, Mr. Greenhouse, my vote is to deny the pardon. I think that you got a great plea deal to begin with. It hadn't even been 10 years since the offense occurred. And the idea of pardoning and wiping this off the record with less than 10 years of a serious thing while your co-defendant is still in jail, that's pretty absurd in my line of thinking. And I also feel very strongly that somebody that has pled guilty to malfeasance in law enforcement doesn't need to go back into law enforcement. I hate to tell you that because you young man with a lot of future ahead of you, and part of that depending on maybe getting back in law enforcement. But it would be my suggestion that you consider another field. And for those reasons, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
I applaud what you've been doing, but it is a simple fact that a life was lost here. And, you know, and it hasn't been 10 years. Matter of fact, if it wasn't for the law of earned compliance, you would still be under supervision until March of 25. So I think it needs way more cleansing period. So my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
I commend you for your services, and I strongly suggest keep pursuing your dreams. At this time, I would also deny too, but follow your dreams.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I also commend you for your community service and your endeavors. Continue that in your life, deal with others. But I listened to the pain and anguish of the father and the grandmother, Kathy. And so my heart goes out to you also. And my vote is to deny.
All right, Mr. Greenhouse, I don't know that we've noted on the record, the opposition in the record, the current sheriff in Wells Parish, and the Attorney General's office. But I do agree with my colleague, it's been an insufficient cleansing period. So my vote today also is to deny. Thank you for the community service work that you continue to do. Good luck to you, sir. Hey, Mr. Bright, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
Good morning.
One board members, my name is Bright. I'm immediate right. On my immediate,
What's your mailing address?
524 South Calvin Avenue, Gonzales, Museum. Also, mailing another address of 201-1701 to Louis Museum.
All right, thank you. You have counsel with you this morning. Counsel, would you introduce yourself, please, for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Jennifer Cameron.
Thank you. Mr. Bright, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, and then I'll ask you to confirm it, and then we'll start our interview process. First, let me acknowledge the folks who are here in support with you today. Terry Bonnie, Herman Brister, both who will speak on your behalf, and let's see, FIAZ AFZAL. Can you pronounce your name?
FIAZ AFZAL.
FIAZ AFZAL. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. So, Mr. Bright, you are here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. Your DOC number is 773658. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish in July of 2000 for an offense, misdemeanor theft. You were sentenced to 6 months parish prison and 2 years bench probation. Is that information correct? Probation. Right. All right. Tell us why you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms for a misdemeanor offense.
Shareholding board members, before I start, I tell you I'm going to reserve apology for being here today. Should never be here. I made a mistake. That's why I'm seeking an apology. And also I'm seeking the pardon. I was filling the claim form in 1998, and I made a mistake. Where I should have answered yes and answered no on the claim form for loss. And the insurance company interpreted the claim form wrong to be deceptive. That was their perception of the situation when I sustained the loss. Again, it was my mistake, and I'm sorry. All have been the mistake for a long time. The main reason why I seek a pardon today is to make sure that background investigation doesn't contain this. That was a dismissed misdemeanor. It was never prosecuted. The district attorney didn't have an opposition, and it was dismissed. And we obtained a judgment of expungement. However, as a school teacher, during background investigation, the expungement keep coming up. The misdemeanor keep coming up. And one of the legal vehicles or remedies to resolve this matter is the seek help. Again, I will read to you. I will repeat humbly. It's a misdemeanor that was dismissed and expunged, but it's still on the record. And I seek it out because the Department of Education will not grant you a teacher's license since the expungement still come up on the record. That's why I'm here today.
Okay, well, thank you, sir. Before we hear from your attorney, we'd like to hear from those who want to speak on your behalf. First, could we hear from Terry Bonnie, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Terry Bonnie. I practice law in the city. I've been doing that for nearly 32 years now. I've known Mr. Bright Amar for about over 20 years. I've always practiced alone, and I dated law clerk, and And I must say, he was an excellent law clerk. Mr. Bright made a mistake. And he's asked me to come here and speak on his behalf today, and I cheerfully agree. I know the kind of work he does. I know the quality of his work. I represent plaintiffs, and we always look at the money. Put it that simple. And Mr. Bright had done such a great job with many of my cases in putting them in a posture so that we can realize some finances from that. And I was truly impressed with this young man. He never just sat around and lived in his pity or anything. I saw him go to work as a teacher. I saw him go to work clerk for various lawyers around town, and I've never heard anything bad about him. They asked me, do you know Bright? I said, of course. And he does good work. If you all have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your remarks. We
Yes, sir.
appreciate it. Mr. Brister?
Yeah. The board. Stand before you, my name is Mr. Very educated. Classroom to superintendent. Young man in question. Only very high years of education. I've been on him about 10 years, working for a particular job, all this. Big way happened for him, so a judgment call from a superintendent seat to see whether or not it was a man for it, whether or not he could get in there and teach high school kids social studies. So he was able to survive the first year, so that was a sufficient test to me that they didn't run him off. Yeah. I'll tell you that I think I'm a pretty good judge of character. I teachers and professors for the Lord for 40 years. If I had the opportunity to hire him back again, if I had the opportunity to elect whether or not to put my son and daughter in social studies class, I would hesitate. So I think to me, as a career educator and someone in the field for a long time, studying people's character, work ethic, and whether or not they are good for people and good for children. I didn't hesitate for a phone call to come to the phone and dad. So I would support the board this time to set the position exam. I'd like to keep him as a teacher in the field of education. The State Board of Education will grant a certificate if we can get past the certificate. Hope we stay in education. I go back to law and being selfish. We need some very qualified, dedicated people to educate our children. I appreciate your time and your due diligence and clearly appreciate the work and so forth and tag this in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming. We appreciate it. All right. We'd like to hear from Ms. Cameron now, please.
I think Mr. Pipes wanted to speak as well.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't indicated. Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is FIAZ AFZAL. I'm a lawyer. I've been a lawyer for almost 2 decades. I know that the superintendent wants him to come back to teaching, but I want him to come, work for me because he's been plugging for me as a law clerk for for probably almost 40 years as well. And he's a model citizen. He's a hard worker. He's always calling me, asking for work. And he, as a matter of fact, I want him to come and get assignment this weekend. It's been that way for almost 3 decades. I'm not here, I'm not speaking this way because I'm here. I'm speaking this way because I know him. I've been knowing him for many, many years. And I think he made a mistake. But I'm not going to speak about the issue that was handled in court. That issue is been resolved. He made a mistake. I'm pleading with the rest of all the supporters to for you to have mercy on him. He's a good man. I'm not saying that because I know him, but I've seen him work. He's a hard worker. He likes to do good in society. And this is the only thing that is standing in his way. I would really pray that you see his heart. He has a good heart. Has a wonderful heart. He's a good man. He's a wonderful person. And I think I wish you can see what we have seen in him. But give me a chance. Give me a second chance. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Do you have any question?
No, sir. Ms. Cameron?
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, good morning. I really don't have much more to add. I come in front of this board with some much worse situations for pardon and clemency, and this one just really is not that. So as we review what needs to be done here, Mr. Bright is not asking this board to give him gun rights. He's not asking this board to excuse a violent offense. He simply wants to be able to choose his career path. He does have a Juris Doctorate. He applied to the bar right after this situation happened, and because of it, he was not admitted to the bar. And at this point, it stands between what his possible legal career or his possible teaching career. If this board does not grant him today, he will remain a teacher. But the catch is that he does not have access to a state salary because he's technically considered a substitute teacher. So this granting, if he decides to stay in the teaching role, would allow him to be a permanent salaried teacher with access to the healthcare and retirement system that other teachers have access to. If he decides to go back to the bar, then it would allow him to become the attorney that he earned his degree in way back in the 90s. So really, there's nothing that is negative for this board to decide today. It's just really granting him the ability to progress in his professional work. Does anybody have any questions for me this morning? Okay,
Chairman,
thank
can I
you.
ask a question? We're talking today about the misdemeanor theft charge.
Yes, sir.
What about the other charge?
It's a federal charge and we've applied to the federal level for a pardon on that level as well. So this would just clear
Okay,
the state.
What is the federal charge?
It's some bribery allegations that they'll have to answer on the federal level for that.
Any other questions?
Okay, that's the only question. I was confused what we were dealing with. I
Yeah,
knew we
it's
couldn't
a-
do the federal.
Right, it's a two-part process. Our federal application is currently pending at this time. So we're addressing it separately.
One other question I was gonna ask, the restitution that the court ordered, was that paid back?
Yes,
Okay, I was gonna ask you, but.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Excuse me, Mr. Bright's case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. He'll start the interview process. Mr. Bright, you want to step back up to the podium?
we're gonna answer questions. Let's go back to there.
Good morning, Mrs. Bright, how are you? Where are you from?
I'm a citizen of the United States originally from Nigeria.
Jerry.
Here, but I've been in the industry for 50s.
Just one question. What do you teach?
Social studies, United States government and world history.
Okay. And you're not asking for a weapon?
No, sir, never in my life. Don't like one of those.
Yeah, most teachers need them. But that's all the questions I have.
Any other questions?
I'm interested in this federal charge. I mean, what are they alleging you have done in this federal charge? That's a conviction, and that's in 2017.
Yes, sir. Respectfully, introducing somebody to another person and problem arose between both of them on their relationship. My role in that matter was an introduction of a person to another individual, and I think it was an allegation dealing with a campaign for contribution that the person did not report, and the bill involved me giving money. Yes. So, and that matter is not before this bill.
I understand that, but that matter is a big deal whether I vote yes or no.
Yes, sir.
See? I'm
From there,
Yeah, that's what, just so you know, that's what bothers us is before we expunge something that happened prior to that, did criminal behavior of a similar thing, a theft, did it occur after that? I mean, is your criminal behavior continued? And that's what we have to muddle through. That's why we're asking that question.
yes, sir. And respectfully, that's why I just wanted to separate both of them as to the misdemeanor. So for 20 years old to be in front of this.
May I answer? I just wanted to clarify, the federal charges, the bribery, Mr. Bright was working with some councilmen and some contractors. He was facilitating contractors that were trying to get contracts in one of our cities. So what happened was he made the introduction of a contractor to a councilman, who then later, I guess, made a campaign contribution to said councilman. And when the federal government came to Mr. Bright to try to wear a wire to try to catch these bribery allegations, Mr. Bright refused. And later ended up charged on the federal government. So it's not a situation where he facilitated the money exchange or anything like that. He just got caught up as, I guess, a principal to the situation because he introduced the contractor.
So he wouldn't help law enforcement, what you're saying. He decided
Yes.
he wouldn't help law enforcement.
Yes,
But he pled guilty.
he did plead guilty to try to make the situation go away. Just to not, because the charges were much higher than what the plea was, and he wanted to get the situation over with. Yes, sir.
Any other questions? No? Yeah, okay. I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Kelly.
My vote is to grant restoration of firearms.
Okay, Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote is to grant for the pardon, which is what is asked for, without restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater.
My vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman.
My vote is to deny recent criminal history.
My vote also is to deny based on the recent criminal history. I think that needs to be resolved first before we can consider what you're asking.
Yes, ma'am.
So, he's received 3 votes to deny, 2 votes to grant. But the outcome is that the application is being denied today. Reapply at the
With it being a misdemeanor, is it
All right, good
Okay.
morning, sir. Mr. Abzal, can you hear us?
Good morning. I can hear you now. Thank you.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself to the board? Tell us your name and what is your current mailing address?
My name is FIAZ AFZAL. FIAZ is the first name. AFZAL, AFZAL is the last name. The current address is 65 Thorncliffe Park Drive, apartment 1715, East York, Ontario, Canada. The zip code is M4H1L2.
All right, thank you, sir. You
You're wel-
have lawyer is here with us today. I'm going to ask her to please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, Brooke Alexander on behalf of Dr. FIAZ AFZAL.
Thank you. Mr. Abzal, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, and I'm going to ask you to verify that information or confirm that it's correct and accurate. And then, then we'll begin our process with you. Mr. Abzal, your DOC number, Louisiana DOC number is 624695. You're seeking a pardon without restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish in May of 2014, 35 counts of Medicaid fraud, and you received a 3-year probation sentence. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes.
So, Mr. Abzal, will you tell us about what happened to you and why are you seeking this pardon without the firearm rights?
Actually, on the record it says pardon with firearm.
Yeah, I noticed
if
that
I'm
somewhere
not
in the application, though, it stated a pardon without firearms in the application.
I'm not sure, but
We'll
I
ask
think
your attorney to address that at the appropriate time. So just tell us about your, tell us your version of what happened and why you're seeking the pardon.
okay. Since 2014, I have been the probation was terminated like 6 months after the conviction, and I have been free from any criminal activity or any involvement with law enforcement since then. I have been rehabilitated, and I've been doing work as a telemedicine physician in Florida and a couple of other states, but my license for New Jersey was valid till June of 2023. The New Jersey license was not renewed because of my immigration status. That's my immigrant petition that was filed in the U.S. consulate in Montreal was approved, but in order for me to return to the U.S. Re-entry, the consulate requires me to get a governor's pardon, a full governor's pardon. That's the only way they can restore my permanent resident status, the green card thing. And then I can apply for the Louisiana license, medical license to be renewed, which was suspended only for 2 years, but it's been like 10 years since then. So basically, I need the pardon to restore my immigration status and to restore my licensing with the Louisiana Board of Medical Examiners. And, subsequently, if the Louisiana board reinstates my license, then my New Jersey license and the Florida license and other licenses can also be reinstated.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
We're gonna ask Ms. Alexander for your presentation, please.
Sure. And just for clarification, I do believe it is with the restoration of the
Okay.
records.
All right, thank you.
If there's anything to the contrary in the application, we did submit a short memo to the board, I believe on Monday. I'm not sure if you guys have received that as of today, but I can summarize briefly what the memo says. Essentially,
this was a Medicaid fraud case for Dr. Afzal. He took responsibility for his actions. He pled guilty under Article 893. He was sentenced to probation. He was ordered to pay $96,000 in restitution and over $50,000 in statutory costs and penalties. And he successfully did so within the time limits required by law. He was ultimately able to have his probation terminated over 10 years ago today. Probation was terminated on November 5th of 2014. And in 2015, he was officially able to have his record expunged of these convictions. During this conviction, like he presented, his Louisiana medical license was suspended for a total of 2 years, but he was still able to continue practicing telehealth medication or via telehealth medicine in Florida, in New Jersey, in Chicago, and in California. He continued to do so. He did so even during the pandemic. They wanted his services, and he did so without any sort of side steps, without any sort of violations of the law. And he did so for this country, despite being residing in Canada. Like he said, he is a Canadian resident. In order to have his application for permanent residency granted here, he would need a full pardon. He has already received a first offender's pardon. He has already had his convictions expunged. That he would need this full pardon with gun restoration rights in order to get his permanent residency, and he needs his permanent residency in order to reinstate his Louisiana medical practice license, in order to reinstate his other license in the other states that was valid until June of 2020. So for these reasons, he's paid his debt to society. He has done above and beyond what we have asked, what the courts have asked him to do, to show his remorse, to show his regret, to show his restoration, to show that he understood the severity of his actions. And I believe that he has done so. And he did so and continued to practice medicine, which I think speaks volumes for him to continue to practice medicine in this country, especially in a time that was so hectic during COVID, and to not take advantage of the financial system the way he previously did and took advantage.
All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Afzal's case was assigned to Mr. Prater. He'll take the lead on the interview questions. Would you answer his questions, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Tell me about the thefts, what you were charged with and what you actually did.
I'll give you a background knowledge of the. I was working for Claiborne Medical Corporation, which was owned 50% by me, and 50% ownership was the Siddiquis that were my sister-in-law. So during working for them, they had pressurized me to increase the revenues, which I did not want to do, but under the threat that they said you will be deported, because they were the one who sponsored my permanent immigration status. I take full responsibility that I did some wrong things, meaning I did examine the patient, I did treat them, do everything right, but some of the tests that were done, the billing was done by the other owner, and those people added on some tests which were not done. So I was not aware of most of the things, but even if I was aware, I take responsibility, and since my conviction and my probation has been terminated, I have never gone into any of those issues with Medicaid or Medicare. Medicaid prohibited me from billing for 5 years, and it's been 10 years now, and I still have not billed any Medicaid or Medicare patients. All the patients that I saw in the COVID time and later on were private patients. I did not profit from those patients. I did my work very honestly. My malpractice insurance has no claims at all in Florida or New Jersey or any other states. I did what I could do to prevent this from happening in future. The ownership issue was resolved in the 24th Judicial District Court of Jefferson Parish, which ruled that the 50% ownership of Miss Siddiqui was null and void, and she was removed from the Claiborne Medical Corporation, and she was ordered to pay $50,000, which she has not done so far. And she has benefited from this scheme, and she got like loans of more than $1 million, which she owns the land at 1000 Veterans Boulevard where the clinic of Claiborne Medical Corporation was. In spite of all these issues, I did not like go into any legal problems with them or with Medicaid or Medicare, and the Medicare did not like file any criminal case against me. It was only a matter of overpayment. But Medicaid filed the 35 counts of this theft. This was basically some misunderstandings in the billing issues. Some, I admit, maybe some of my fault also that I didn't overlook these issues. And I did my best to correct myself, rehabilitate myself, and in future I promise I will not get involved in any of such issues in future.
Okay. I read somewhere in the file about you going in another room or we're in another room and taking the test and taping that to the patient's chart, the results to the chart. And that happened a number of times. Is that what we're talking about here?
It's quite a few things. There was issue whether like a combination of vaccines were given to a child and they were billed like separately. They should have been billed as a combination. So that like is a billing issue also. And the issue that they say that I did the test and went in another room, that's not true, but there were issues with some of the things that like if a urine test was done and it checks for the sexually transmitted infections, the other owner stated that only some infection test was done and some were not done and they were billed. So those kind of issues, I take full responsibility that I should have overlooked such issues and should not have done these things. But it was under pressure from the other owner, under pressure from them to increase the revenues, which I did not want. And ultimately, I filed a restraining order against the other owner to get her out of the ownership.
Okay, you talked a lot, but you didn't tell me what I want to know. All right? You talking about misunderstanding and billing issues, and you're saying you should have looked over, I think you said overlooked, but looked over better what was going on. Did you take any tests and tape it or enter it on the chart of a patient, and it was actually your results?
Not really. It was the test was done, but on a different equipment. Then it might have been done one or two times, like wrongly, which I admit. But I corrected myself, and I will not do those things ever again. Those were under the pressure from the other owner to increase the revenue.
Yes, sir, but it sounds like you're making excuses and you're not answering my question.
Yes, sir, I did it a couple of times, but not.
But the staff says you did it a number of times, a bunch of times.
It was only like 35 counts, like, and the amount that was associated with each count was less than $100 or $200.
Yes, sir, but the problem I see is not the money. The problem I see is the patient looking at his test results, which means a lot to him, or a sexually transmitted disease test. It means a lot to them, and they're getting inaccurate results. So I'm not so worried. I'm not so worried about the money as what's the word, continuum of care, or the lack of care for the patient. That's what bothers me so bad, and it's bothering me that I've had to interrogate you to get the truth about your involvement in this thing, and it's not your sister-in-law putting pressure on you made you do this. You did it, and you swore as a doctor you wouldn't do it.
I should not have done it, but it was under pressure. I agree. I agree that I did some wrong things, but I want some mercy for that because I will not do it ever again, and I didn't do it in the last 10 years.
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna move on. Are there any other questions?
I just, follow up on Mr. Prater. I'm reading here, Doctor committed fraud by 2 former employees gave statements about 100 times for bronchospasm chest. And then there was an interview of a large number of recipients and found that not even one of those recipients had that bronchospasm test performed. However, documentation showed Medicaid had been billed for the procedure. And what you're talking about is a plea bargain where you say, well, you know, I was only charged for 35 times. That's just common. So that, you know, they lessen the charges so that a person will go ahead and plea and then you'll get a lighter sentence. So, I don't know. The evidence says differently.
I don't see any other questions. Would you like to close it out?
Yes, excuse me. The documentation in terms of the case is clear and Dr. Afzal understands what ultimately he pled guilty to. He knows that there were tests that were submitted to Medicaid that were not actually done on these patients. To your point, Mr. Prater, the patients, I don't believe were necessarily seeing false results as much as it was Medicaid being billed for those tests that weren't actually performed to get that financial gain. I believe what Dr. Afzal is trying to say is that although it was only 35 counts, the actual amounts, the monetary amounts were minimal for each of those incidents. But that doesn't negate the fact that he did what he did. And he took responsibility for it despite being midway through trial when this occurred, taking responsibility for it, paying back the restitution in full, over 6 figures, paying that back in full and continuing to practice after having, like he said, been restored, learned his lesson and to never have done anything to that extent ever again. And that's the reason that he wants to continue to come back and practice medicine and prove that he can do it.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, and I don't want to argue with you, but the patients were given false results. If they were given it was a negative, that's a false result, possibly. Or if it was a whatever, so they were given false results on a test that wasn't. So what you said wasn't exactly accurate. But we'll agree to disagree then or whatever. But thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your work. I'm prepared to vote.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. We're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater.
Yes, ma'am. I vote to deny this for a number of reasons that have explained that I feel like that this was much more serious than just a financial crime. And it goes to the character of the doctor. And I don't know that I'm satisfied that a pardon is in order.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to grant with restoration of firearms.
Ms. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Prater to deny.
All right. Dr. Afzal, my vote also is to deny for the same reasons stated by Mr. Prater. So you received 4 votes to deny your application today. Your application for pardon is denied. Thank you so much. All right, good morning, sir. Would you introduce, just fine, thanks for listening. Would you introduce yourself, tell us your name and current mailing?
Yes, my name is Art. I'm current member of the 12-019 Lake Sherwood Avenue, back in which is 70816.
All right, yes, sir. And I want to acknowledge you have Charlissa Laws here in support. And there's no indication she wants to speak on your behalf. So you can change your mind if you choose to. First, let me read some identifying information into the record, sir. Yeah. So, Mr. Johnson, your DOC number is 424721. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of arms. You were sentenced in Caddo Parish in March of 2000 for a conviction in indecent behavior with juveniles. You received a 4-year hard labor sentence that was suspended and you were placed on 2 years active supervision. Is that information correct? So, Mr. Johnson, tell us what happened and why are you seeking a pardon? Why do you need a pardon with restoration of arms?
Well, this happened summer of 1999. I was actually on a summer job. I was attending Southern University at the time, so I was on for the summer job. It was an incident where I was at work with a young lady. Did not realize how old she actually was at the time. And I touched her inappropriately. So one of those things of being young and immature. Definitely got through the ward. Hope I didn't hurt her in a way that would father her like that. And go back and change it, but at the same time, it would never happen. Well, I'm actually seeking pardon at this time because throughout the years, applying for jobs and things like that. I've had good jobs and stuff, but I also know I've gotten denied from jobs and stuff because of a felony on my record. Even though it's 25 years old, doesn't do me any good to really go back and get an expungement because federally, they don't recognize expungements as far as a felony charge or being able to purchase firearms and things of that nature. It is my understanding and using now I can possess a firearm, but I still can't purchase it. So, I also found out that I could get a civil workers permit in the state of Louisiana with a felony. So those are just kind of things that, throughout the years, I just kind of want, to go away. I haven't been in any trouble since being arrested, anything that nature. So just kind of one of those things that happened to me when I was with testosterone. So.
All right, well, thank you, sir. Your case this morning was assigned to Mr. Freeman, so he'll take the lead on the interview. Please answer his questions.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, you said you was a lifeguard. Okay, the girl was what, actually 11 years old?
Not to my recollection, I thought she was 13 at the time, but I was actually under the impression she was 15.
Okay.
Because to my knowledge, when they sign into the deal, they have to be with a parent or guardian if they were under the age of 15. So I was under the impression that she was. Does not excuse my actions at all, right? But that was my impression.
Okay, and were there any threats made toward her?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if she said that you told her you would drown her, this didn't happen. That's not true. Okay. What do you do now for a living? Where are you working?
I spent 18 years in oil and gas. Worked for a plant tree for 13 years called Calumet. I also worked at Exxon for 5 years, years now. Actually left Exxon about 2 years ago, and currently I'm a business owner. I run an 18-wheeler and I also have another business, rental properties.
And you said this was an impediment to some of your jobs?
I'm sorry.
Has this blocked you from employment opportunities?
Oh, throughout the years, absolutely has. It's definitely blocked me from certain things, that I might possibly get in life.
Okay, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
How old were you at the time?
19.
19.
You did make a statement that you hoped that that for the victim, there was no long-term effect, but she's like, the experience that I've seen over, many years is there is long-term consequences to the victim. So we want to acknowledge that.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Mr. Johnson, I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Green.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, it was a long time ago. You were 19, but she was 11. And, you have strong law enforcement opposition from the DA and the sheriff, and also the victim is opposed. My vote is to deny.
Thank you. Mr. Tillis,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton,
I concur with Mr. Frank.
Mr. Frank.
I concur.
All right, Mr. Johnson, you've received 4 votes to deny. I do also agree based on the opposition that's been expressed. So today your application's been denied, so I'd like to. All right. Good morning, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
My name is Ricky Vincent. Another address is 729 South, Corporate 98, Homer, Washington, 9465.
You're a long ways from home.
Yeah, all right.
Just got in this morning.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we're glad to see you. Let me read some identifying information to you, sir. Your DOC number in Louisiana is 127657. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. Having been sentenced in first 1991 in Rapides Parish, possession with intent to distribute cocaine, and then December 1988, also Rapides, possession with intent to distribute Schedule II cocaine. You received on the first charge, 1991, you were placed on 5 years probation. No, I'm sorry, 7 years DOC. The second sentence was 5 years DOC, hard labor, suspended, 5 years probation. Is that information correct? Okay, tell us why you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms.
I mean, I'm getting old. I just getting ready to retire in 2 years. I just want to go hunting again. I mean, been on the gunning since the 80s. So I left here and moved up to Seattle, Washington, and that's what I've been here since I got out of jail.
Well, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer any questions he may have?
Okay, just a real couple questions. First off, what changed your life? I mean, I saw you had all of that, and then all of a sudden in 91, you went straight and had no more problems.
Yeah, well, I was dealing with peer pressure probably. My friends, they was doing it, so I think I joined in with them and, you know, I didn't have to do it, but I was around a lot of times, so that would lead me to went down the wrong road, so. I went to jail, I got out, and moved out of the state and went right.
Okay, did you do any treatment or any AA meetings, any of that kind of
I
stuff?
mean, not when I got out, but I did a couple of meetings while I was in. I went to the program while I was there, probably the half hours.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any questions. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, sorry. Got the wrong guy.
No.
Mr. Vincent, you know, your record's been clean, like I say, I think since 1991, you've been in Seattle, everything's been going fine. I think you deserve this pardon. I vote to grant with restoration of firearms. That's my recommendation.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
And I do too. So, sir, we're going to make the recommendation to the governor that you be granted a pardon with restoration of firearms.
All right.
Hope that was worth your trip.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
All right, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address, please.
My name is LaQuiana Harris, and my current address is 15417 Old Hammond Highway, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70816.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to read just some identifying information into the record. Your DOC number is 536006. You're requesting a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Washita Parish, March of 2008, for conspiracy to commit armed robbery. You received a 15-year hard labor sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 5 years probation.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Harris, tell us about your involvement in the crime and why are you seeking a pardon?
Well, when I moved to Monroe. I'm from Monroe, Louisiana, and I moved to Monroe, Louisiana. And I met someone, and I had been there about a month, maybe a month and a half. I met a guy, and he asked me to do him a favor. And, you know, he didn't seem like a person that was involved in any type of criminal activity. He had a job, and when he wasn't at work, he was at home, you know. And one day he asked me, could I do him a favor? And I told him, well, yeah, I could do it. And I asked him what he needed to do. And he told me that he would tell me when I come get him the next day. And so I held to my word. I went and got him to do this favor for him. And well, as we was sitting and waiting, he said that his cousin needed a ride. We was waiting on his cousin. I'm like, well, where is your cousin? You know, what's going on? And finally he said that he had to take care of some business, but he didn't have a ride back home to his girlfriend. He wanted me to give him a ride. And so that's what I did. I didn't know that it was going to be any criminal activity going on prior. I didn't find out until I was arrested and picked up, and these people said that I was involved in a crime. And once I was incarcerated, being that I wasn't from Monroe, people knew. They knew this family. They knew I wasn't from Monroe. And they started telling me. And that's when I really found out the details and the severity of what I had been involved in.
So tell us why you're seeking the pardon.
Well, now I've been off probation and haven't been in any more trouble in 20 years. This month makes 20 years. That was my first time ever being in trouble. I haven't been in trouble anymore. And I'm currently enrolled at Southern University seeking a bachelor's degree in business management and, you know, be able to pursue my career, because these past 20 years, you know, I've not been able to, you know, get jobs that I qualify for because of background checks. And I just feel like, you know, I've been sufficiently penalized for the last 20 years, and I haven't done anything else, you know, and I think I deserve it. I don't know how much time I got left here, but, you know, I know I didn't deserve to be here. You know, I was just young, I was naive, I was 23, I'm 43 now. I have an autistic 4-year-old, and I'm doing it for her, and she don't deserve to suffer, you know, for my transgression.
Okay, thank you. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his question?
Yes, ma'am. Tell me about the day that this happened, and whose car were you in and who was driving and that sort of thing.
Well, I was in my cousin's car. So much stuff happened that day. My friend, she was in an abusive relationship, and she borrowed my car because her boyfriend stabbed her tires and bust out her windows. So she borrowed my car to get her car situated. Well, you know, the guy friend, he asked me would I still be able to do the favor for him? I said, yeah, so I borrowed my cousin's vehicle to, be able, because he asked me, and one thing about me, if I tell someone I'm gonna do something for them, I try to hold up. My mama always said, your word is your bond, and not knowing it's gonna be any type of criminal activity. So I borrowed my cousin's car to go and pick him up and, give whoever a ride that needs the ride.
Okay, and so you dropped them off somewhere. Tell us about that.
Well, that once I picked up the cousin, he met up with his girlfriend. We took him to the store to meet with his girlfriend, and he got in the car with his girlfriend.
After it was over?
Yes.
Well, tell me, how long were you in the area in the car?
I don't know. It was a while, and that's what made me start asking questions then. Like, he still hadn't told me, the severity of it. And once we was waiting, I'm like, okay, well, where is your cousin? What's taking him so long to get here?
Okay, I'm having a little bit of trouble following the story. You're in a car with two guys.
No, with one guy.
Just one guy.
One guy.
And so there ended up being the two. Where'd you meet up with the second guy that was in the road acting like one was hurt and one was helping him?
Okay, I never seen it. I never seen it. I was obviously like 2 blocks away from that. All I seen was the guy coming to get in my vehicle. I was only had one person with me, and that's the guy that I was dating.
And ended up 2 people came back.
No, one person.
The same one you took there.
No, I didn't take him there. The person that, okay, so my boyfriend, I picked him up. He told me where to go. We parked and we waited for his cousin. We waited at a family house. He said, we waited there for his cousin. His cousin came, got in, and we took him to go with his girlfriend.
This was after the crime?
Huh?
This was after the crime?
Yes, this was after the crime. See, I was there with my boyfriend waiting. We was in just me and him was in my vehicle waiting. And, after we was waiting, I'm like, well, where is your cousin that needs the ride? What's taking him so long? And then he came.
Was your boyfriend one of the ones in the armed robbery?
No, he was with me the whole time.
Okay, so
That I know of.
okay, well, I misunderstood the report. So it was not your boyfriend that was involved in the armed.
Actual crime. No, he was with me.
He was with you. Two other
Two other people, which I only saw one. Two
Okay,
other people was somewhere else committing the crime.
okay. And so, okay. I misunderstood because it was just so I know the board is, but this was a case where 2 people died.
Right.
I mean, it was serious. It was a
It
big
was.
deal. It wasn't just a small deal, but you ended up not even, you had got 15 years for conspiracy and accessory after the fact. All but was suspended. You got 5 years probation on one. And then you got 3 years. How much time did you actually spend for the?
17 months and 2 days.
Okay,
Okay, we're back in session. Go ahead, Mr. Prater.
Okay, I don't know exactly where we were, but I apologize for that. Okay, now you had possession of Schedule 1, possession of Schedule 2, and drug paraphernalia charges. When was that?
That was, see, I was picked up on December 31st. I was originally picked up on the assessment after the fact. Well, my bond was $10,000. My father, he bonded me out, but they came back and picked me back up February 4th of 2004. So when they came back and picked me up, that's when the other things occurred.
Okay, you had drugs on you at the time?
I was going through something and using drugs.
Okay, what did they end up doing? What did they end up doing there? This is my last deal. You say you just, I think it's just the word you're using, but I want you to make me more comfortable with this statement that you said today and you wrote in your deal. I deserve this pardon.
I haven't been in any more trouble. That was my first time ever being in any trouble. I haven't been in any more trouble. It's been over 20 years, you know, and I've been suffering. I've not been able to get jobs that I, you know, to be financially stable. I had to be on government assistance to take care of my children, you know, because I'm not able to get a good job.
Okay. I think it's just the way that I think it's the way we're using that same word. Because you seem like an awful nice person and to say you deserve, most people come in and say, I'm begging you for a pardon, you know.
I am.
Instead of deserve, but it's just, we talked it out and I understand what you're talking about. Just how we use that word.
You know,
I'm comfortable with it, okay?
Any other questions?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I'm as confused as him. And I read this case. Witnesses say you knew about the robbery before it happened. Witnesses say that you were the getaway driver and you sat there 2 hours waiting on them.
but like I said, he didn't tell me anything prior there. But after I was sitting there for a while, I started questioning. Then, you know, I don't know. I think he maybe kept me in the blind so I couldn't have a way to report it ahead of time. You know, didn't trust me because he didn't know me that well. I didn't know him that well. And once I was there for a while, I'm like, okay, he's like, he's coming, he's gonna come. You know, that's what he started telling me.
Right. I want you to tell us the total truth. And I mean, I'm getting very, very concerned with the fact that 2 people lost their life. Did you know that 2 people lost their life when they got back in the car?
After the fact, when I was
Did you go to the police?
When I was arrested, that's when I found out what all happened.
So you didn't know about the murders till police arrested?
Till the police arrested me and I started seeing the news, you know, I was on the news, I was in the papers, and I got in there and you know, when you get in a facility somewhere, other people start telling you things. You know, they start talking about it and telling me that they were sorry that I was caught up in this and this was a family thing because the family worked at this place where these people were. I had no idea about none of this.
I got you. Okay, and as far as the drugs, that was when they came arrest you the second time?
Yes.
You had that on your person and stuff. You get any treatment or anything for that, or you kicked that habit?
Well, I just stopped. You know, once I did, when they picked me up, I did 17 months.
Mhm.
So I was clean in jail 17 months. When I came home, I had no desire for it.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all my questions, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. We do have, I believe on Zoom, someone in opposition. It says, the victim's sister, Juanita Jones. It's for the record. Are there any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions, Ms. Harris. I think we're ready to vote.
Correct on that. I'm not the victim's sister.
All right, well, introduce yourself and tell us your relationship to this case.
Hello, everyone. My name is Juanita Jones, and I am actually the daughter of one of the victims and the granddaughter of one of the victims.
All right, okay. Well, thank you. I apologize. Is there anything you'd like to tell us?
No, ma'am.
All right, well, thanks for taking the time to join and observe the proceedings. We appreciate the clarification too.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Mr. Prater?
This is a very difficult one, and I know we said we were ready to vote, but what did your boyfriend, was he sitting in the car with you waiting? And that was, you were waiting on his cousin, correct? And only one cousin came by, but another man was also involved, but y'all never saw him. And when the cousin got in the car, what did he say?
And my boyfriend, he was like, okay, let's go. We're gonna go and meet his girlfriend at the store.
Did your boyfriend get any time?
Yeah,
What did he get? How much time?
I think maybe 3 to 5 years.
What was he charged with, you know?
So, but I believe they turned state evidence on for other purposes. Like I said, when I got incarcerated, they told me the family, the stepdad and aunties and of these other people, my boyfriend and his cousin worked at this place. And I didn't find all that out until I was arrested and incarcerated.
And why did you plead guilty? That's what throws us off. And we've had those discussions amongst the board up here before. You got people pleading guilty, but they come before us and they say they're really guilty. They just pled guilty because. So what's the because? Why did you?
Well, actually and truly, once I was arrested the first time, my cousin's vehicle that I used, I told him that I believe I had gotten myself in some trouble with the guy that I was dating, and I didn't know the severity of it, but, I was arrested. And so the DA had him gonna testify and saying that I was in trouble, that I told him that I believed that I had did something wrong and was involved in something criminal. And he was gonna testify, I guess, to save his, because I was in his vehicle, so they thought he was involved in it. So I guess he was gonna testify to save himself, And my lawyer basically was saying that, this was the best alternative, being that they dropped the charges and gave me the conspiracy and the accessory after the fact, which he said that I was truly guilty of because I wasn't there at the crime, I didn't commit the crime, and I didn't find out about everything until the crime was over.
Okay, it happened in 2003 and you pled in 2008?
How long it was drawn out?
5 years.
We kept getting court dates, and I don't know, maybe it was due to the DA gathering the evidence.
Did you have any more dealing with this boyfriend after?
No.
So you had no reason to find out how much time?
No, well, other people, before I got out, they said that he was still in there or whatever, but you know how you talk to people.
Yeah.
I met a girl that was in there incarcerated with me that I still had contact with, that originally from Monroe. I met her, she was 17, didn't have anyone, and I helped her out, my family was helping me, so after we was released, we still communicated, and she told me that he got 3 years, but as far as that was the only way.
I see.
What was his name, your boyfriend?
Edward Green.
Oh, what's his name? He was sentenced to life.
No, Edward Green.
Andrew Dixon and Edward Green, both convicted of first-degree murder, 2 counts on September 3rd, 2006. On October 5th, 2006, they were sentenced to life. Lamont Smiley, he also who was he?
I think that might have been the other person that I never met.
He was indicted first-degree murder, 2 counts in 2007. His charges were dismissed.
I think they got it swapped, because she said it, I don't know. She said that, my friend said that he had gotten out, so I don't know exactly. I couldn't tell you.
Well,
Because.
no, yeah, we're gonna go with what's in the record, okay?
To be honest, once I was released, I tried to put all that behind me. And,
Right.
you know, had no.
According to the record, he got a life sentence.
See, that's a big, if I'm understanding, Madam Chairman, what you just read, that's the boyfriend that got a life sentence, the one that was in the car with you.
I don't know, maybe, I don't know.
I'm reading here the arrest affidavit and originally, I mean, so, yeah, you got a big plea bargain because originally the crime unlawfully commit the crime of second
Is
degree
there any
murder.
way that y'all could check that to see?
Were you originally charged with second degree murder, 2 counts, armed robbery and conspiracy to commit robbery?
No, I was originally charged with accessory after the fact. That was when they picked me up on December 31st. I was charged with accessory
I
after the
don't think
fact.
she knows, that's the case.
You know, once I got in this trouble, I didn't want to have any dealings with these people. I tried to block this out and put this behind me as much as I could, you know. All I know was word of mouth. When I was incarcerated, I opened the Bible and it said, "Flee ye from the city that persecute you." And I left there and didn't look back. I don't even go there when I go home now.
Can we talk about this executive
We
session?
have a motion for executive session. Is there
I'll
a
second.
We have a second by Mr. Freeman. Can you call the roll?
Sarah Renata,
Yes.
Chuck Tillett,
Yes.
Carol Sexton,
Yes.
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Reed Firth.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Prater, second by Mr. Freeman to return to regular session. Any objection?
None.
All right, no objection. We're back in regular session. It's 11:20. All right, Ms. Harris, we did want to check the information that, you and I were talking about. And we did learn that Edward Green, and that was your boyfriend, is that right? Never did any time. He did get a conviction, but he got probation. So he never did any jail time. So it is an error in the record. We did check it and we did learn it. So thanks for helping us there. We are ready to vote. Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Yeah, I vote to grant. Do you need the firearm?
Well, not now, I don't, but you know how this world is going. I don't know what I might need at 65, 59. But not right now, I don't, but I would like my rights if I can receive it.
Okay, I grant. Okay, with restoration.
Mr. Freeman?
I grant due to your cleansing period without restoration.
Mr. Tillers?
I grant with respiration.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I grant restoration.
And I do concur with my colleagues based on the lengthy cleansing period. My vote would be to grant with the restoration of firearms. So on your behalf, we'll make that recommendation to the governor. Good luck to you. Hey, good morning.
morning.
I mean, yeah, good morning. Mr. Vince, would you, introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your, current mailing address, please.
My name is Sonny Vince, and our mailing address is 35550 LA Highway 441, Holden, Louisiana. 70744.
All right, thank you. And let me acknowledge, your family member, Brenda, who's here with you today. Thanks for coming. Let me read some identifying information into the record. Your DOC number is 203112. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish in March of 1985 for attempted possession with intent to distribute marijuana. You received a 3-year DOC sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 3 years probation. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Tell us, Mr. Vince, why are you looking for a pardon with firearms?
Well, in the world we live today, it'd be nice to be able to protect ourselves. You know, and I travel for a living, and eventually, you know, just to say that I can have one for protection myself.
All right, let's see, Ms. Brenda, is there anything you want to say on his behalf?
I'm just saying, if anybody deserves it, he does. Because he hadn't been in any kind of trouble since this. And, he's a good man, he's a good person. And I just love him to death.
Okay, well, thank you. Mr. Vince.
He's my biggest fan.
I can tell. Mr. Vince, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good.
The drugs you were selling, were you also using them?
Yes, at the time, yes, sir.
How long have you been off drugs?
I've been clean for over 35 years.
35 years. So you stopped selling drugs also?
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, at that time, yeah. Yeah.
I have no more questions.
We wouldn't be together if he's still doing drugs. I don't believe in that, and I'm not gonna be around that.
There you go. Yes, ma'am. I don't think we have any other questions of Mr. Vince. So, Mr. Tillis, you want to vote?
Yes, my vote is to grant with conditions. I mean, with restoration of firearms.
Ms. Stapleton?
I concur to grant, to pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Craig?
I concur.
Mr. Freeman?
Due to the long period of cleansing period with no other charges, I vote to grant with restoration.
And I concur. My vote also is to, there's no opposition expressed. There's a lengthy cleansing period. You got a paint club here with you. My vote is the same. So on your behalf, we'll make that recommendation to the governor for a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Okay, I
Good luck to
appreciate
you.
it.
Good morning, sir. You're still muted.
Okay, is that better?
There. Can
Okay.
you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your current mailing.
Yes, I'm Seth Heredia. My current mailing address is 514 Ridgeland Avenue, Waukegan, Illinois.
All right, well, good morning again. Let me
Good
just
morning.
read some identifying information
Sure.
and we'll get started. Mr. Heredia, your DOC number was 713586, and you submitted an application for pardon, and I was unclear if you were requesting pardon with or without firearms restoration.
I would prefer with, but really it doesn't matter. I have no plans to own a firearm in any capacity.
Okay.
So.
I have found some conflicting. One said without, one said with. So you were sentenced in 2016 in Jefferson Parish, 2 counts of simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling. You received a 1-year DOC sentence. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
So if you would, please, Mr. Heredia, tell us about your criminal activity. Why are you seeking a pardon?
Sure. So back in 2015, I had recently moved from Chicago to New Orleans, and I was kind of having trouble getting work, and I was the normal troubles of relocating. And I found myself kind of tied up in the wrong stuff. I got introduced to heroin and drugs and things of that nature, and that is what ended up leading to the burglaries. That about sums up that whole situation. It was literally just a drug related burglary. I was sentenced to a year, and I did some time upstate and spent some time on parole. And then as soon as I could, I got back to Illinois, Chicago, where I'm from, with my family. And things have been going wonderfully ever since. I have a career. I have a child. I don't know. It was a really bad time in my life, and I'm very happy that it's over. And I'm happy to be on the other side of it, kind of doing well. And the reason that I'm seeking a pardon is it's more just to get it over with, just to kind of clear the slate. And yeah, I think that's about as well as I could put it.
Good. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his question?
Okay, Mr. I'm gonna say Seth. How about
that's
that?
fine. That's fine.
Hi, Seth. I see that you went to rehabilitation at the Bridge House. Is that when you quit using drugs?
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah. Bridge House in New Orleans was a humongous resource for me. That was it was my lifeline for a while there.
Okay, and how long has it been since you used drugs?
I think we're coming on 7.5 years now.
Okay. Do you still go to AA meetings or participate in any community activities?
I do, but not at the same rate that I used to. Like I said, I have a career in audiovisual, like setting up lighting and sound for events. It's kind of picked up a lot for me lately, and it has taken over a lot of my time. But no, I do still try to stay active in the recovery community. Yeah.
I have no further questions.
You said it's been 7 years since you've used.
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Heredia. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Myers. He's the DA from Jefferson Parish is dialing in now. He would like to have some input. Yeah. Is he in? He's trying to dial in now. Mr. Meyer, we're ready for the DA's input.
Yes, ma'am. Randy Meyer, thank you. Randy Meyer, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish. We're opposed at this time for two reasons. One, there's victim opposition, and secondly, he completed a sentence July 17 of 2017 from what I show, which is less than a 10-year cleansing period we like to see prior to having a pardon granted. So for those reasons, we're opposed.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Freeman, are you prepared to vote?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Heredia, we usually, with Ms. Marston, we usually do like to see 10 years in between the offense when you get off of supervision till the time that you apply. But in your case, my vote today is going to wait to make a recommendation to the governor to grant with restoration of funds.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur.
Mrs. Stapleton?
You know, I didn't ask a question on the victim side. The theft that you perpetrated, some of it was family heirlooms.
That's correct.
What kind of restitution did you make to the victim? I didn't ask these questions. I should have.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're cutting out just a little bit.
So what kind of restitution did you make to the victim?
But between me and my lawyer, whatever was worked out, there ended up being no restitution because things were covered by homeowners insurance. But that's about the extent of my knowledge of that. Had there been any sort of restitution, handed down, I would have gladly paid it. But I don't. There was no restitution.
And you knew these were heirlooms, irreplaceable.
I did not know that at the time. No.
Oh.
No. If I did, that probably would have altered my decisions. But no, I did not know that.
Well, my vote today is going to be to deny, and based upon the long-term damage it does to a victim when, because you were a trusted person coming in and out of their house, and the things you sow are irreplaceable.
Mr. Prater?
My vote is to deny. I think we need to wait a little bit longer. Let's get 10 years between supervision and end of supervision and because burglary, stealing. Anybody had something stolen from them, that's a tough deal.
And I do agree that with the district attorney and a 10-year period has not been, is not sufficient yet. So my vote today also is to deny. So Mr. Heredia, you're doing well. I don't see that the pardon is any impediment to your job opportunities, but you've received a split vote. So the outcome is that today's application is denied. I encourage you at such time as you met the 10-year requirement, reapply if you still want to pursue the pardon. If you'd like to.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for calling Life Solutions. This is Carol ID 256488, and I'll be your Vietnamese interpreter today. And this call may be monitored for training and quality assurance purposes. Hello, can you hear the interpreter? The interpreter is ready for your instruction.
Yes, I can hear the interpreter.
Thank you so much. And I'm ready for your instruction. How would you like the interpreter to proceed in this call?
Well, depending on any questions that the board members have, we would like your services as soon as they start asking questions.
Certainly. Thank you, sir.
And I will ask some questions too, as soon as we're ready. But they haven't called us yet, correct?
I'm not sure. I'm only an interpreter, so I got you called me. So I will do my job as an interpreter. That's all. I'm not sure about your system or anything like that.
Okay. You mean you can't grant? Okay.
Yep. So you are an attorney.
Yes.
Thank you so much. For Mr. I can see Mr. Nguyen. Is that correct, sir?
Put your sound on, Vincent.
Anh ơi, anh có thể mở loa lên được không ạ? Anh Vincent.
Ok, dạ đây là Mai Âu, không phải là Vincent. Mai Âu là bà xã.
Yeah. So this is my O. No, I'm not Vincent. My O is my wife.
Yes.
All right, are we ready to proceed? Y'all got all that worked out?
Yeah, bây giờ chúng ta sẵn sàng để tiến hành chưa ạ?
Yeah.
Yes,
Your Honor.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
Your
you.
Honor.
Let me make the introductions. Well, first I'd like my O to introduce themselves, tell us their name, full name, and current mailing address.
Bây giờ nhé, tôi muốn là bây giờ là tôi muốn là tiến hành tới quá trình giới thiệu bản thân mình nhé. Tôi muốn chị Mai Âu nêu rõ đầy đủ tên họ và địa chỉ nhé.
Yes, my name is Mai O, and my address is 11515 Dinnerlet Court, Houston, Texas 77089.
Thank you. And you have counsel today, Mr. Rodriguez. Would you introduce yourself?
Yes, members of the board. My name is Pablo Rodriguez. I'm attorney for Mai Ao.
Yeah. Xin kính chào thành viên hội đồng. Tên của tôi là Pablo Rodriguez, là luật sư cho cô Mai Âu.
Yes.
All right. First, Mai, I'm going to read some information into the record and ask you to confirm it.
Yeah. Chị Mai nhé, bây giờ tôi sẽ đọc một ít thông tin nhé, để cho chị xác minh nhé. Cần chị xác minh những thông tin này.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to go slow so the interpreter can interpret as we go. The DOC number is 395957.
Yeah, số DSC của chị là 395957.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Mai is requesting a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Yeah. Chị yêu cầu giống như là để mà hồi phục lại đúng không ạ? Giống như là để xin phép được hồi phục. Yeah.
Dạ, em chỉ cần full parent nó để mà em được cái citizen United States thôi.
Không cần.
And then em không có cần firearm.
Yeah, I would like to request a full pardon in order for me to get to be in the United States. I do not need the firearm.
Yeah, and next year em đang đợi cháu nội ra đời next year. So I want to stay with my family.
Yeah, so because I'm waiting for my grandchild, to be born next year. So that's why I want to stay with my family.
Okay. Mine was sentenced in St. Tammany Parish in 1998.
Yeah, chị đã bị rồi kết án ở trong Sentence Parish vào năm 1998, đúng không?
Yeah.
Correct.
For possession with intent to distribute marijuana and received a 5-year suspended sentence.
Yeah, và do vấn đề là chị đã tàng trữ marijuana đấy, có nghĩa là trò. Yeah.
Yes.
Và đã được bị kết án về vấn đề đó. Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Rodriguez, I think we're going to ask you to please present your case at this time. Mai has already told us why she wants to stay with her family. So we'll defer to you and ask you to present your case.
Yeah. Bây giờ tôi muốn ông Rodriguez sẽ tiến hành cái hồ sơ của ông, tại vì là bây giờ cô Mai cô đã nêu rõ cái lý do là vì cô muốn ở với lại gia đình, cô muốn dành thời gian với gia đình. Thì
Yes, members of the board, Mrs. Au made a mistake in 1998. She got into a car with somebody who had a lot of marijuana in the car. She was arrested. She pled guilty, received a 5-year sentence, probated for 3 years. And since then, she has not had any other offense, has not had any serious offense other than traffic, perhaps any tickets maybe, not even that, she says. But she has shown through the past 26 years her character. And her character is not that of a lawbreaker. Her character is not that of a recidivist who goes out and commits another crime. She's been married some 20 years or more, long-term stability there. She has worked at the same place for about 10, 14 years. So it shows stability. It shows her mind is in the right place. She will not commit any more offenses. And she has shown it through her efforts in her community. She's a member of a Buddhist church. She helps the elderly in the church. And she has done that for the past 15 to 20 years. Every week, every weekend, she helps the elderly. She helps them with issues of health and issues of planning for funerals and so forth. She's a prayer warrior.
May I interpret? Would you mind to cut it in a short segment so that the interpreter could interpret everything? Is it
no,
okay?
not right now. Okay, I think.
Would the court instruct Mr. Rodriguez to do so?
I'm going to allow him to continue.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Members. So if the board sees her record, it's not a good record to be arrested and taken to court, so forth. But she has shown through her actions that she will not violate any laws anymore. In the meantime, she has been a good member of her community. She has a legal permanent residence that allows her to stay here. She is no longer in immigration court. They saw her case, just like this board also saw her case, and stated that she was not a danger to the community. She wasn't a flight risk, so they terminated all proceedings. They saw what this board is also seeing, that she's a good person and deserves of this discretionary relief from this board. So in essence, we ask again for your discretion. We ask that she be given a chance to become a U.S. citizen, which is really what she wants to do, aside from being with her family. So we would close there and ask for your board, for your discretion in this matter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Stapleton, your case, do you have any
Yeah.
questions?
I just agree that she was 17 years old when this happened. And she didn't have anything before. She hasn't had anything after, no problems. I really don't have any problems whatsoever with this. She's had a cleansing period that is long enough, and she looks like a good candidate for me.
Yeah, would you let the interpreter interpret this for her? Thank you.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. We're going to go with the lawyer's choice. Let me ask Mr. Rodriguez something. Did you have the documentation that the proceedings with the immigration court have been terminated that we could have a copy of?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I have it here, and I will.
We'll have someone contact you. You can email it. We'll have somebody call you for it.
Okay.
I think
Yes.
we're prepared to vote.
Okay,
Ms. Stapleton.
my vote today is to grant the pardon.
With,
She said she didn't need firearms. Am I correct? You didn't need firearms?
Correct, Judge, yes.
Right. Wanted a pardon so that you could become an American citizen.
Mr. Prager.
That's.
I concur. Grant without.
Mr. Prager.
I concur. Great cleansing period, good community service.
Mr. Tillers.
Grant without.
And I concur. My vote would be to make the recommendation to grant a pardon without restoration of firearms on her behalf.
Yes.
Do you interpret that for her, please?
Yeah. Bây giờ nha là tất cả mọi người đều bầu cử cho chị và có nghĩa là bây giờ thẩm phán đã cho phép chị để mà cho phép cái yêu cầu đó để sau này chị có thể trở thành công dân Hoa Kỳ.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Wish you all a very peaceful Christmas.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas to y'all too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Call your office to get a copy of that documentation.
Thank
Very
you.
good, Judge. And we'll have it ready in about 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I thank all you do,
Thank you.
Attorney. We love you.
All right. We love you too.
We love you.
Thank you.
Right, good morning, no, it's afternoon now, good afternoon. Would
Good
you
afternoon.
would you introduce yourself, please? Tell us your full name.
My name is, first, let me apologize. I'm in my vehicle, so I got passing vehicles. So my name is ARLEACE GREEN. I live at 203 Renwick Street, Monroe, Louisiana, 71201.
All right, thank you. Let me read some identifying information, ma'am. Your DOC number is 337625. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in March of 1994 in Lincoln Parish for possession of cocaine. You received a 3-year hard labor sentence that was suspended and you were placed on 2 years probation. Is that information correct?
Yes, I'm having some playback.
Do you have YouTube on also on a device?
Okay, yes, ma'am. Let me take that off.
You gotta take that off. Better?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yes, ma'am. That's my DOC number.
And the other information about sentencing is correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So tell us, Ms. Green, about your criminal activity and why are you seeking a pardon?
I was young, and there was another issue going on with my child's father, and the police had came to our house to pick him up for questioning, and I thought that if I tried to get the drugs out of the home that they wouldn't find them, but they pulled me over, and that's how I got the possession charge of the narcotics.
Why are you seeking a pardon?
Well, I have made myself a pillar of the community. I have been a business owner for over 20 years. I am a PIO. I work for the federal government with disaster assistance. And I just have proven myself to be a citizen back into the community. And I think I have proven myself that it's not who I am. And I have now created a life for myself that I can be very proud of.
All right. Thank you. Your case has been assigned to Ms. Stapleton this morning. Would you answer her questions?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Huh?
She said good afternoon.
Oh, yeah, good afternoon. Okay, thanks for the correction. The day of this arrest, I'm reading that your boyfriend, the police held a warrant for him for a second-degree murder.
Yes,
And then
ma'am.
and so they had a warrant for that, which is
Yes.
what gonna bring them
Yes,
into
ma'am.
the house. And you tell me the rest about how the drugs were hidden and different things like that.
Well, I had just had my daughter, and I put the drugs inside of her diaper bag, thinking that they wouldn't bother me or search that. And when I left, they pulled me over and they searched the vehicle, and that's where they found the drugs.
So then what happened as far as like your criminal status? What were you charged with? How much time did you get? All of that.
I do apologize. I have been out working disaster assistance for since February, and when I got my notice, I was out in the field working. So I don't, and this happened in 1993. So I don't have the exact information of what I was charged with and what my sentence. I do apologize, because I've been waiting on this for about 2 years, and I wasn't expecting it to happen. So I don't have that information with me. I am currently now in North Carolina working Hurricane Helena.
My goodness. Okay, so you have had no more drug problems since, and you may not have had a drug problem. You just assisted him in getting rid of cocaine. Is that what happened? I mean, were you using drugs at the time and now you're?
I was doing marijuana, partying, not a habit, just what young kids do. I was going to college, and that's not. It was not a. I don't have a habit. I've been working at my job now since 2017 for the federal government, and I've been a business owner for over 20 years. So that's not something that was an issue in my life. It just, I was young and just a college student doing what college students do, you know.
All right, restoration of firearms. Why do you need the firearm?
Um, I don't like guns. But I see now that I'm older and I do live by myself and I do travel, and like as you can see, I'm in my car in a remote area. So it may come a time that I would need to have a firearm, but that's not really important to me one way or the other. So if I'm granted, fine. If not, I'm not, it's not an issue.
Okay, that's all I have to ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Green, what is ARG Enterprises?
That is my business. It's a tax service.
Couldn't tell what it was. All right, are there any other questions?
Not for me.
I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
I'm gonna vote today, I pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater?
I concur. Pardon, restoration.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur.
Mr. Tiller?
I concur.
And I do as well. So Ms. Green, on your behalf, we're going to make a recommendation to the governor for a pardon with restoration of firearms. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a happy holiday.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Stewart. You're on mute, sir.
Okay, there we go.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Matthew L. Stewart. My mailing address is 616 Clearview Parkway, apartment D, Metairie, Louisiana, 7001.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Stewart, you're here this afternoon seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. Your DOC number is 3413885. You were sentenced. You have 2 sentencing dates in Orleans Parish, both for possession of cocaine. First was in 1994. You received 3-year probation sentence. Then your second sentencing date, April 8th, 2002. You received a 3-year DOC sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 2 years probation. Is that correct information, sir?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
All right, Mr. Stewart, tell us about your criminal activity, and then why are you seeking a pardon today?
My criminal activity back then was more on the people I selected to be with. I guess it's said birds of a feather flock together. That's not the type of person I was raised to be, so I decided to hang out with the wrong crowd and do the wrong things. I've since after my last conviction, decided to separate myself from that crowd and associate with business-minded people. And I've started my own little tow truck company just recently, and I'm seeking a pardon for a couple of different things: firearm, to be able to, with my wife, foster or adopt a child to give them a better life. That's one of the reasons. We attempted to do it last year, but found out that we couldn't because I was a convicted felon. So that's one of the reasons for a pardon. The second one is for the firearm part. I'd like to own a firearm. I think I've been away from the criminal activity long enough. I want to be able to purchase one, have it in my home to protect my family, also go hunting with my in-laws. They won't allow me to go hunting with them because they also know I'm a convicted felon and can't possess a firearm.
All right, thank you, sir. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions, please?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Have you done any drugs since your last conviction?
I haven't. No, sir.
And that's been over 20 years ago.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any other questions.
Are there any other questions? All right, Mr. Stewart, I don't see any other questions, so we are prepared to vote. Mr. Prater.
I vote that we grant his request for a pardon or recommend that the governor issue you a pardon with restoration of gun rights.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
Mr. Tillett.
I concur.
Ms. Stapleton. I concur. And I also agree, Mr. Stewart. So on your behalf, we're going to make the recommendation to the governor for you.
And I think I'm supposed to say why, and I didn't, but it's the length of time it's been since your last conviction, and you've remained crime and drug-free since then, and it's been over 20 years. Okay.
And there's no opposition expressed. So good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lowe. You're on mute still.
Okay, sorry about that. How y'all doing?
Today. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Benjamin Ezra Lowe. It's 127 Cane Creek Road, Farmerville, Louisiana, 71241.
All right, Mr. Lowe, you're here before the Pardon Board this afternoon. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have felony convictions both in Ouachita and Union Parish. So you have in Ouachita, a sentencing date in August of 2004, possession of methamphetamines. You received a 5-year hard labor sentence that was suspended, 3 years probation. Also in Ouachita, in March of 2012, attempted possession of methamphetamines. Is that right? Let's see, yeah.
Yes.
2.5 years hard labor sentence suspended, 2.5 years probation. You have a 2005 conviction in Union Parish, operation of clandestine lab. You received a 5-year hard labor sentence. And then another March of 2012 possession of methamphetamines. That's in Ouachita Parish, 5 years hard labor suspended and 5 years probation. So you are classified as a third felony offender. Is all that information correct, Mr. Lowe?
Yes, ma'am, I think so. They were all run to get the Union Parish and the Ouachita, when I done the 5 years, was run concurrent. And
yes.
Then the other two happened at the same time. I pled in drug court.
Okay. All right. Well, tell us about that criminal activity and then tell us why you're seeking a pardon.
Well, I mean, I just went through a phase where I was using drugs recreationally. You know, I worked all the time, but I did use drugs. And then I got off of that. I realized in 2012, when I got the last arrest, that I needed help. I never had no help or nothing till then anyway. So I took drug court and went through that, and I graduated in 2015. But I've been clean since the day I went to jail on those charges. You know, I got a 9-year-old daughter now. That's the main reason I'd like to have my gun rights back. So because I grew up with guns, I hunted, you know, and I went to church. I did, you know, I was raised in a normal family, and I don't know. I just want her to be able to protect herself and know how to take care of herself and hunt, and for me to protect my family, you know, at home. You know, that's the main reason I'm doing this. I think I said February or March will be 10 years I've been off probation from drug court. So, you know, it's been 13 since I've done any drugs. I don't know. She's my whole life right now. So, I mean, that's my whole deal. It's her. So.
Okay. All right. Well, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her question?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I am going to delve into your criminal history here. 2022, I see that you pled guilty to a DWI. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's been changed, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, and they gave you 24 months misdemeanor probation. So
yes, I was off of that.
2022 is actually your latest.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think I was on probation for like 3 months or something.
And then when you go back, it's true, you've got some time, 2012, and you got some time, but before that, before all of that, you had 22 arrests. Now, they weren't convictions because a lot of things get dismissed and stuff like that. A lot of things get bunched up together, but it was 22 arrests.
Yes, ma'am.
1994 to including 2022.
Yeah, that's why I put on there. I couldn't answer all the questions on the thing, but you know, I'm not saying I wasn't doing wrong, this, that, and other, but I made the wrong people mad, and I just kept getting arrested and over and over. It's a bunch of stuff happening. I don't really want to get into all of that, but because it's neither here nor there, that's the past and it's done with, you know, and I'm not going, you know,
Yes, the domestic abuse battery in 2011, was that the mother of your child?
oh, no, ma'am, she's one of the reasons I had the charges in 2012. I mean, and you know, like I say, I'm not here to,
Yeah.
you know, the good Lord put me in a situation to make me quit doing what I was doing, and it don't matter how it happened, and that's what happened, you know. And I'm clean. I built a house on the lake. Got my own business, and everything's good, you know. And nothing affects me. The only thing that affects me is not being able to teach my daughter how to handle a weapon, you know, a gun or anything like that, or hunt. As far as the felonies, it don't affect nothing I do really. You know, I'll tell anybody anything I've ever done. It don't matter, you know, no more. It's the past to me. So,
Well, you did have one charge in 2011, possession of a firearm by a felon.
that's all BS too. I'm sorry, but
Okay.
they come back like 2 years later and charge me with some guns somebody else had at their house that they found when I was already, you know, I was in jail. They just did it because like I say, I made the wrong people mad, and Washita Parish does what they want to do, and ain't nothing you gonna do about it anyway. So, like, you know, I could sit here all day and explain and tell you my side of each story, but what good it'll do, I don't know. You know, the truth, there's three sides to every story. The truth, my side, and your side. You know what I mean? It's one of them deals. So,
Okay. Well, I'm going to move on if anybody else has any questions.
I don't see any questions. So, Mr. Lowe, I think we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
Mr. Lowe, at this time, I'm going to vote to deny based upon the extensive criminal history. I know it was in your past and that you put it in your past, but it was there. And right now and you had the 2022 DWI, which was very recent. So those reasons I'm going to vote to deny.
Mr. Frank?
I concur.
Mr. Freeman?
Due to severe law enforcement opposition and criminal history, I vote to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur.
All right, Mr. Lowe, I agree. Mine is because of the recent, DWI issue. That's not insufficient time. I admire what you're trying to do for your daughter, so you've been
can I ask a question?
What's that?
Does that 10 years run off my last charge or the other ones? You know, you get, ain't it 10 years? You can
It's past a felony conviction, but we
That's
still
next.
like to see a serious cleansing period.
Okay.
The DWI is concerning. That's a public safety issue.
Oh, well, when a cop does 25, 30 miles an hour and a 55,
Well, we're not
anyway,
here to discuss that.
I know. That's why I wasn't discussing the rest of it. But so, you ain't gonna ask me. I'll get them back next year anyway. So,
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Lampkin,
Yes, ma'am.
would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, sir.
Benjamin Ellis Lampkin, 7406 Highway 157, Halton, Louisiana, 71037.
Right, Mr. Lamkin. Let me acknowledge, we have some folks on Zoom. Well, with you, I think your wife is there with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Jessica, she wants to speak on your behalf. We have Russell Small, your father-in-law, who also wants to speak. Or is he there with you?
Yes, everybody's here.
And Mr. Gibson also?
Correct.
Okay, good. So everybody's in the same place. So I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. We'll ask you for some information and then we'll hear from the folks who want to speak on your behalf. We also have joining us today, Randy Wilson, who also wants to speak in opposition. So Mr. Lamkin, you are here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. We have your DOC number is 421955. You have convictions both in Bossier and Caddo Parish. Let's see, first, there is a June 2000 conviction for contributing to the delinquency of a juvenile performing sexually immoral acts that you received a, let's see, 2 years hard labor sentence that was suspended. You received 3 years probation. Then, and then in July 2005, there's possession of Xanax. You received a 4-year hard labor sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 2 years probation. Is that correct information?
Correct.
Okay. So Mr. Lamkin, tell us about your criminal charges, your criminal convictions, and why are you seeking a pardon?
Well, I believe I was a product of my raising with my mom and my stepdad. Stepdad was a tough love guy, and my mom, I couldn't do no wrong, no matter if I did wrong. That's how the second charge came about. But I want
Wait, stand by. Do we have a volume? Can y'all turn the volume up? We're having trouble hearing you, Mr. Lamkin. Right. We heard you.
Okay.
There you go. That's much better. Just keep going.
So I'm wanting a pardon of my gun rights back because me and my wife, she has a 10-year-old, and he wants me to adopt him and to be able to take him hunting. And we have a baby girl on the way, and I want to be able to raise her in the hunting environment also.
Right. So your case this afternoon. Well, first let's hear from the folks who want to speak for you. We'd like to hear from Jessica.
I'm just here, mainly speaking on behalf of my son that's 10. Me and Ben's been together for the past 6 years. So my son was 4 when we got together, and this is the only father he knows. And since he's having a baby sister, he wants the same last name as me and his baby sister. And he wants his daddy to be able to adopt him. And so that's my main reason for wanting to get this done, so that there's no red flags or problems with him adopting my son.
Okay, thank you. Your father-in-law, Mr. Small.
Yeah, I'm just here. I would like to just say that I've been knowing him 6 years now. He's been married to my daughter for going on 5, I guess. And you can't ask for a better son-in-law. They own their own company. He's a master electrician now. He's just a really good person, and really can't ask for anything better. Really can't.
Yeah, thank you. Chief Gibson.
Good afternoon. This is not something I do every day in our line of work. I've never done this before, but I've known Ben for 15 years or so, even when he was more of a menace to society in our community, but I've watched him grow. So the least I can do is try to help him be a good father figure. I'm interacting with him and his family all the time in our small community. Watched him become a great man, great business owner. And if he gets out of line, he knows who's coming to get him.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, now we'd like to hear from Ms. Wilson. You on the line with us?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi. Actually, my name is Brandy Hickey. I am married now. I would like to speak on behalf of me and my son, which has also been Lamkin's son. When I got this call, I asked when the last time Ben Lamkin had been in trouble, and it hadn't been but like a year or two ago. However, it's been 24 years. My son, which has also been Lamkin's, called him a couple of years ago. My son was having some heart issues, just to get some family history from Ben. And he said, your mother only wants child support, and hung up on my son. I've never tried to go for child support. Actually, I have 4 children. I'm married, went to college, and I'm an occupational therapist and been doing this 22 years. So I'm a law-abiding citizen. I've not been in trouble, not one time. I feel like I own the right to own a gun, as I do. And I don't feel like, I feel like I need to save other women. And that's what I feel today and why I'm doing this.
Okay, so your position is opposed to any relief?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Lampkin, your case today has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. She'll take the lead on the interview. Would you answer her question?
Mr. Lamkin,
Ma'am?
I showed that you have a lengthy criminal history, which is what the police chief, I guess, was talking about. And the young woman that was just on here did you get a charge in 1999 involving her?
98 or 99, yes, ma'am.
That volume is down again.
It says on 100%.
Okay, so 98 or 99, what was that charge?
I think it was call knowledge at first, and then I pled guilty to contributing to the delinquency of a juvenile.
Oh, okay. Knowledge. How old was she at that time?
I want to say 14 or 15.
14 years old? Yeah, that's what I've got here. And I've got that it was a more serious crime than that, but it was pled down. So from there, I'm going to just, and I think this really just, I don't have anything else to say after this. This is the DA. And the DA says, in the opinion of this office, there is no way Benjamin Lamkin should even be eligible for an expungement at this time. It was only 2 years ago that he was arrested on 2 counts of domestic abuse battery against his wife and his then 6-year-old granddaughter, whom he was accused of that he grabbed by the neck and was thrown on the couch as she tried to run away out the door of her home, where he was attacking the girl's grandmother. He pled guilty to simple battery on 9/19/20 and was placed on 1 year of supervised probation. Here we are 16 months later. It's a little bit over because she wrote it a year ago. And he's asking for an expungement of 2 felonies with the restoration of firearm privileges. Absolutely inappropriate for that reason alone. Additionally to this overall criminal record that you take into account, including him being a convicted sex offender, this office is very, very firmly in opposition of Mr. Lamkin's request. Thank you. And so I think that just about covers everything you've asked. I don't have any further questions.
Any other questions? All right, Mr. Lamkin. There's also in the record, in addition to the district attorney that she mentioned, the sentencing judge in both jurisdictions is opposed. And as well as the other district attorney, Bossier Parish, the Caddo Parish Sheriff's Office and the Bossier Parish Sheriff's Office. You need to be aware of all that. I don't see any other questions by my colleagues. I think we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton.
I'm voting to deny based upon your extensive criminal history and law enforcement opposition, and that's fine.
I concur.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur with the same.
Mr. Ellis.
I concur.
And I also agree. I think it's commendable that you want to, enter in the adoption proceedings, but based on the strong opposition that's been expressed to relief for you at this time, my vote is to deny. So today, sir, your application for clemency has been denied. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bell. You're still on mute. I think he's still there. Can't, no, can't hear you.
All right. Good
There we go.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bell. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your full name and your mailing address.
Sam Bell. My address is 22 Old Hickory Street, Chalmette, Louisiana, 70043.
All right, Mr. Bell, you're here this afternoon seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have sentencing dates both in Lafourche and Terrebonne Parish. In Terrebonne, it was December 1993. Possession of cocaine, you received a 1-year hard labor sentence. Then in Lafourche Parish, January 1994, simple burglary, 5 years hard labor. July 1998, distribution of cocaine, you received a 7-year hard labor sentence. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Bell, tell us about that criminal activity and why are you seeking a pardon?
Well, I was hanging with the wrong crowd, making poor decisions at a young age, making stupid decisions. I'm seeking pardon for my firearms because recently I got a business, and my business, the work I do, I install burglary bars and do fences in strange places, different neighborhoods. So I just need that for my protection as well as a home.
Right.
And I also feel that I've paid my dues, paid for my crimes that I've done, and I've been a model citizen, basically, so it's just doing my part.
All right, Mr. Bell, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, so would you answer his questions?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
Mr. Bell, so you did use drugs when you were younger?
Excuse me?
Did you use drugs when you were younger?
No, sir.
So all you did was sell?
Yes, sir. It was just hanging with a crowd. That's it.
Wow. So you never used drugs?
No, sir.
Well, what did y'all take from the drugstore when you went?
It was some headphones, walkie-talkies. It was walkie-talkies that was in a display on the front glass.
What did the aggravated battery charge consist of?
That was a fight that I had with 2 guys that was jumped on my little brother. That's basically what that was.
Okay, was a weapon used or not?
No, sir.
It says aggravated battery with a dangerous weapon.
I never had a weapon.
Okay, that was back in 1990. That's a long time ago. I'm just trying to find out if a weapon was used. But it was no problem. We're not convicted of that. I'm just checking to see.
Okay.
Okay, and how do you feel about your activity back then now that you're older?
I regret it. I mean, it was some stupid decisions that I made at the split second, and just trying to hang, trying to be like everybody else around the area. That's all it was.
I have no further question.
I do. I think there's an error in your application. You're currently married to Lori?
Yes, ma'am.
And you listed previous marriages. So you were married in 2002 in Caddo Parish.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
it states you were divorced in March of 2016, but you had another marriage where you state you were divorced in October of 2016.
Yes, ma'am. The first marriage, I was going back and forth, traveling back for the Shreveport to take care, getting that finalized. She told me I needed one more paper. I sent it to her, and she said she was going to take care of that, and she never did, basically. And when I found out it wasn't complete. It was, like I said, I went down and we took care of it then.
So when you married your second wife, you had not been yet divorced?
Exactly. And
Oh.
she hadn't told me no better.
I see. Okay, I just wanted to, like, it was confusing. I thought there was an error, but there is not, at least in this paperwork. All right, I don't see any other questions on the board. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Bell, this was my most difficult case today. You know, you had a pretty bad criminal history, which seems like you've turned all that around. You say you never used drugs. You did sell them, I mean, usually when they charge you with possession, because you were using and you wasn't selling. But my vote today, I'm gonna give you a chance. I'm gonna vote to recommend to grant your pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur, grant with restoration of firearm.
Mrs. Stapleton?
And I'm gonna concur because I see that it's unopposed by the judge and the DA, and law enforcement had no comment.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
I also concur, Mr. Bell, based on the lack of opposition and the length of time. So we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf, sir. Good luck.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good job, Mark.
Good afternoon, sir.
Noon.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and mailing address.
My name is STROMILE SWIFT. My address is 9509 Stonehaven Drive, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71118.
All right, Mr. Swift, you're here before the pardon board this afternoon, seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in July 2012, Caddo Parish, for conviction stalking, and you received 6 months parish jail time. That was suspended, and you were placed on probation for a year. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Swift, this is a misdemeanor conviction. Tell us about it, and then tell us why you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Yes, ma'am. Just really a long story short, a young lady that I was dating, that I was very comfortable with, my family was very comfortable with, um, was at my home, and some jewelry came up missing, and it had like very sentimental value. It was a watch and a pair of earrings. The watch was like my mom passed in 2009, and it was part of a gift set that me and my mom had matching watches, and like it came up missing. And the stalking came from me trying to get the stuff back, which I never got back, and that led to some text messages that I had sent her that I regretted. But like I said, like I think that's where the stalking that it came from. That me trying to retrieve my stuff back, and I couldn't prove that she had took it because there were other people in my house during those times. So um, like that was basically it.
Why are you seeking the pardon?
Um, so for the past 8 years, I've been coaching high school basketball at Word of God Academy here in Shreveport, and like I talk to the kids about making mistakes, about like you can be a good person, but one mistake can cause you like your whole life. It can mess your whole life up. And the choices that I made, like it did, like it didn't really mess my life up, but it caused people to view me in a different way. And so when I talk to the kids, the reason why I'm trying to get this partner is because a couple of years ago we were playing against another school, a Christian school, and they made these videos about the coach. Well, they made the video about me being a convicted felon and stalker and all that stuff, and they put it on social media. And some of the parents from the school that I coach at, like, just kind of had some issues, and with me coaching, and I do a lot of stuff in the community here in Shreveport. I do a lot of basketball camps, just like charity stuff here, and I think it has affected me in the community where I feel like people look at me a little different now. Like it was a long time ago, but like I think I've moved past that, and I don't think that people look at me now, but it's just something that I want to just get off of my record, just to move forward.
Okay. All right, Mr. Swift, would you answer Mr. Freeman's questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Swift, do you have any contact with this young lady anymore?
I not directly, but she's still like my niece and her are really good friends, and like I see her from time to time. Like the relationship that we had is not the same. It's just like a hello, so it's cordial, but it's just a hi and bye.
Okay. And I see you do a lot of community service work. I saw you did have some basketball camps and things like that you do in the community.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Any other questions? Did you ever get your jewelry back?
I never got it back.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Swift. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Swift, this has been since 2011. You've had a good cleansing period. You've had no other problems since this arrest. You seem to be doing well in the community. You got a stable job. My vote is to grant with restoration bonds.
Thank you.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur.
Mrs. Stapleton? I concur. And Mr. Frank?
I concur.
And I concur also. So we're going to make the pardon recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck to you, sir. And thanks for the service work.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Look, okay.
You can keep your seat, sir.
You can,
Thank
it just looked like that hat was on you
Uh,
in the background.
When you're seated,
No.
it looks like it's on your head. Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and mailing address.
My name is Samir Ahmed Abuelhaj, and my address is
Had the timer
sorry
on.
about it's 18538 13 CH Avenue, Orlando, Florida 32833.
All right, Mr. Abelhaj, I'm gonna call you Samir because I can pronounce that easier if that's okay.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You're here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Calcasieu Parish in 2004 for misdemeanor domestic abuse battery. You received a 15-day parish jail sentence and were given credit for time served. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Samir, please tell us about that incident and why are you before the board today? Why are you seeking a pardon for misdemeanor?
Okay, you asked me about accident, about the situation, or
Yes.
okay, this is what I am. I married my wife Darlene, and I was coming home like normally, and I love her, and we was talk with her. You wanna be with me or for money? She say I love you, and I accept that. I tell her slowly, slowly, we'll have a good life together, and everything will be fine. But in this day, I was coming home with the flower in my hand, and I asked her what happened about the attorney. Did you speak with him? And she say no. And after this, her kids coming, they say she will not calling until you give her money. And I say, money for what? I give you guys everything, and I am like husband and wife. And shortly she tell me leave the house. I tell her why I leave if I am who pay the rent, pay this. I'm just asking. And after that, she come back, she tell me, Sammy, please leave the house. I called the police. I say, why you call the police? She say, I'm sorry, but please leave the house now. And I am inside me, I leave the house. Why? I don't do nothing wrong. And I say, and after this, the officer came, and he say, there's nothing there, just talking. And it was, I am hurt and in, like surprise. Nothing happened. However, I stay in the jail and the immigration, and from there all my life up down. And the judge, he say you cannot talk with your wife to tell her what she has to do. I say I'm sorry, I don't know that. And he tell me you'll be okay with your situation, immigration. And we'll give you 15 days, no contest. And soon I get from the jail, I found the immigration. And I found that too, I have a felony because I have a weapon. And years, I don't have weapon. I have the flower. And soon someone, after I go to the jail with the immigration 4 years in the jail with my same person, only I asked the God what I did. And please God help me. Someone there in the jail reads the paper and he tell me, they say the flower you give it to her is becoming weapon. And with the weapon, you can kill her. I say, I don't do nothing. He say, the weapon is the flower. I try to connect with FBI, Mr. William, about the situation because I cannot do my immigration.
Right.
Still, I am in this situation here. And he tell me, we cannot take the flower. You have to play for pardon. For this, I am here today to ask you if you please helping me to get my life back and I can go see my mom, see my family. And I can find the job, what I want, I like, and I start have my life back again. I am in this situation more than 20 years. And this is all.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions he may have, please?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Yes, sir.
Good. I read your case and I saw that it was involved about money. You and your wife about money. Are you still together?
No, sir. From this time in 2000, I believe, 4, I get divorced and we are, everyone go separate. I don't know why this happened. I love her and I love the kid.
There was a child. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was, when I met her, she was in that situation from Louisiana, from New York. She told me later, I know she was in the hospital, something about health mental. I don't know that. She tell me that for me to can be, be careful and understand I deal with who. And she was have the kid and running from her family. This is what I understand from her. And she tell me, I love you, Samuel, we'll be together. But she was have a situation in her case too when I met her. And I put my hand in her hand. I tried to help and work together. But after we moved to Louisiana, something changed. I remember this day when we married her family, we don't want it. And her mom and stepdad, they fly from Louisiana to Orlando to stop our marriage. I feel in this day like someone, we don't like the situation between where I came from and here. But because we believe the love and together. But after we moved there to the Louisiana, everything changed. And I don't know, but sometimes I believe in this world, in this life, I cannot control everything. I need to do the good thing, but something makes the thing go wrong way. And this is what I believe is happening.
Do you have a child together?
No, sir.
No kids, but there was a child there when this happened?
No, sir.
Okay. I have no questions. No more.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, I'm looking at your record. I see where you had a aggravated battery with a dangerous instrument. What was that about? This was 2 days after the other offense.
Okay, what I have only, what I haven't, what I know, I came in this day to talk with her and she talked to me about the money. and I have with me the flower. I don't do nothing more than that. And the police take me with the charge, restricted, like token, and the officer he said this day in the report he cannot hear us because there's nothing there. And later I found out they look at the flower like a weapon, and the flower will becoming dangerous. And this is what caused all my situation to this day. Like with the immigration, I'm still with them. My case to be citizenship in hold because this is a criminal. Yes, sir.
Mr. Prater? Yes, sir. Tell me about 2018 DWI.
Yeah, 2018, I did the pardon, and before the time to came to the court, I have a similar accident. Someone hit me from the back. And after this, the officer take me to the hospital, and I have with me the record. I am clean. I don't have nothing. It was my eye red, but I found this later. After year to year, I go to the hospital again, and because I don't feel very well, and the doctor he say you have a stroke, and you have a one before. But in this day, no one will understand this stroke I have. And when I came to the barber in this time, in 2018, I believe, I drive to the Louisiana with all respect, and I remember the judge he say, I don't expect you to come, but I came with all respect because I don't do nothing. Someone hit me from the back. I don't do any drugs. I don't have anything. If sometimes something happens, you cannot control it. And I feel like something bad luck with me all my life. When I am sick, I grow up. I try to do the good. I try to work hard. It doesn't go. Something happens. Something here. Something here. And they tell me in the barber you have to try after 2 years, and I wait with the pain. And after 2 years, I play again, and I have to wait to this day, to this moment. I am in front of you, and I pray God can today stop my pain, and I can get my immigration back to fix my immigration situation, and I can get the job I want because this is holding me. And I don't lie, I don't try to fake with you. I tell you the truth. This what I tell you, this what happened. Thank you, Honor.
Okay. I had trouble with understanding some of that. Did you get convicted of the DWI?
What this mean, convicted man? What does this mean?
You were charged with it, but were you found guilty of DWI?
No, I just say the judge. You talk about Darlene.
Right, they dropped the DWI, and you were guilty of a moving violation, correct?
No, the judge when I speak with him, because we have in this day translation from English to the Arabic, he tell me you cannot talk with the lady to tell her.
Okay, in 2013, tell me about the I guess that's some kind of synthetic cannabinoids. Were you selling synthetic cannabinoids, or were you possessing them?
No. I remember you talk about 2013. I was in the car in this day, in my mom and my wife, and my mom and my wife, they left her medicine inside the car. I don't have nothing in my system. I don't do nothing. And when the police came, he stopped me for my tag. And he told me, can I search the car? I tell him, search it. I don't have nothing. And after this, the case dropped.
Okay. That's all I got.
Question? All right, Mr. Samir, I don't see any other questions, so I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to grant with restoration of firearm.
Ms. Stapleton?
My vote will be to pardon without restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater?
Grant with.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is to deny. He's had 2 arrests since all the instant offenses. He still has at that time, he had a deportation order hanging over him. So, my vote is to deny this offense.
My vote also is to deny based on the activity since the instant offense. So today, Samir, your application's been denied, sir.
Can I say something?
Good afternoon, sir. You still on mute?
Sorry about that. I'm used to Teams.
That's
Good
okay.
afternoon. How are y'all?
Good. Thanks for asking. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your full name and your current mailing address.
Sure. My name is Joseph Chiasson. My mailing address is 204 Brookhaven Drive, Youngsville, Louisiana, 70592.
All right, sir. You're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have a felony conviction in Lafayette Parish, operating a vehicle while intoxicated, third offense. You were sentenced July 2003. The offense occurred in January 2001. You were sentenced July 2003 to 5 years hard labor. 4 years and 11 months of that was suspended, and you were placed on 5 years probation. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Chiasson, tell us about why you're seeking a pardon.
So it's been a long time, and there's no more. I've handled everything, changed my life, and I'm a security professional now, and it's affecting my ability to get licensure in other states. So Arkansas denied me. Some of the states you can't have any felony convictions on your record to get security clearance.
Okay. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Please answer his question.
Good afternoon, Mr. Joseph. How are you?
Good, thank you.
You had a drinking problem?
Yes, sir.
Have you done anything, maybe take some classes of abuse or treatment?
Oh, yes, sir. So December 3rd of this year made 16 years sober.
Do you still go to AA classes?
I don't. I started, I never grew up in church or anything like that. I came to church through the AA program, and then I'm in a couple of Bible studies, and I'll still make a meeting in support of one of my friends every once in a while, but mostly church and Bible studies.
So you need a license to do work out of state? That's one of your goals?
Yes, sir. So the security endorsement through the contractors board, it's all encompassing for CCTV, access control, specialty lock, all of that. So I carry that for Louisiana and a few other states.
Is there difficult to get it with the other states, or can you get it? Is it impossible, or what?
It's because of the conviction you're talking about?
Right.
So it's impossible. For some states, it's impossible.
I see. I have no more questions.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chiasson, in any of these DWIs, was anybody involved in an accident with you, or was it all just being pulled over for crossing the center lane or something?
No, ma'am. So the last one was for speeding. No one was ever injured, no accidents or anything.
How fast were you going? Speeding.
So this one is for the one in 2001. This one was it was just reckless operation. I'm sorry.
You don't know how fast you were going.
No, this one was reckless operation. It wasn't for speeding. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, you have complete opposition. DA, sheriff, chiefs of police. You should know that. I don't
know what that means.
That means that law enforcement and the DA's offices do not support you getting a pardon. And one Youngstown Police Department submitted a letter. It's opposed to granting a pardon to Mr. Chiasson, and gave the following statement: individuals with a substance abuse problem shouldn't be allowed to purchase or carry a firearm. But you're saying you no longer have the substance abuse problem.
No, ma'am. That's
that 16 years sober.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gotcha.
One other question. Why do you need the firearm?
So I do hunt. I'm from South Louisiana, right? But the main request was to be able to get licensing in other states.
I see. I have no more questions.
It affects my ability to be gainfully employed.
So when they denied your application, say in Arkansas, you mentioned, did you lose that job opportunity?
No, ma'am. Well, so we could not contract through that state. We had to hire subcontractors.
So you worked it out in the end?
Yes, ma'am. No, it's not.
I know it was a process, but you found a workaround. Okay. All right. I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to grant with restoration of firearm.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny. I'm happy that you're 16 years sober, but you have complete law enforcement opposition for that reason.
Mr. President?
I vote to grant with restoration. I think 16 years of sobriety is, give them a shot at.
Thank you.
Mr. Freeman?
I vote to deny with law enforcement opposition, serious nature of a DWI clear.
Mr. Chasson, my vote would be to grant the pardon, without restoration of firearms. However, you received three favorable votes, 3 that were to deny. It requires 4 like votes to grant your application. So the outcome of today's proceeding is that your application for pardon has been denied at this time. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Y'all don't forget about me. No, Mr. Pender, we just had to take care of our, we wanted to save you for last.
Oh, y'all got real me pretty good then.
Mr. Pender, introduce yourself for the record. Tell us your name and a mailing address.
My name is James W. Pender. The middle initial is W, which stands for Wilbur, W-I-L-B-E-R-T. And my address is 1307 Highway 4 West, Northern Louisiana. And the box number is Post Office Box 593, Northern Louisiana, 71357. Date of birth 12/27/1946.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So,
You are welcome.
Mr. Pender, you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms for a manslaughter conviction in January, sentencing in January 1993. You received a 15-year sentence in Kensaw Parish. Is that correct?
I done my time over Winsboro, Louisiana, Franklin Parish.
Yes, yes, sir. So tell us why, tell us about what happened, why you got the manslaughter conviction, and why are you seeking a pardon?
What happened? I was called up there to the certificate store there by the deputy on duty in Franklin Parish. I mean, not Franklin Parish, South Parish. The G.W. Thompson. He told me that it was a student up there at the certificate store and put me go up there and clear the parking lot. And I went up there and I seen a young man standing out there and I approached him and I asked him what was going on because I was told that I was sent up there by the G.W. Thompson dispatcher for the church department by the disturbance. And he just started using foul language and everything, told me it wasn't none of my business what was going on and everything. For me going about my business. I told him, yes, this was my business. It was me. I was sent there to find out what was going on and everything, and I cleared the parking lot and I what it is. And I'm going to do it peacefully. And he said, well, he wasn't going nowhere. I said, well, you're going to have to because the people up there at Circuit K don't want you up here on the store and you drunk and they want you on the parking lot. Then he started using foul language again. Then his wife come running around the building, around behind the building and everything. She said, well, why don't you go after those GD black guys that was here and everything that started everything. I said, ma'am, I said, the people they live there. And he told me, he said he wasn't going anywhere, especially going home, and that I wasn't big enough to take him to jail. If you don't, you jail. He said, you ain't big enough. He's mad enough to take me to jail. And he was.
Mr. Pender, we're losing you. You're breaking up on us.
No, I'm sorry.
So just tell us what happened to Mr. Griggs.
And
Just go all the way to the end.
Ma'am?
Just tell us what happened to Mr. Griggs. Just go all the way to the end. We don't need the minute details.
What happened to him, he grabbed my arm and I placed him under arrest. He come at me with a piece of pipe and I threw my arm up to protect myself with it, and I hit him back and he fell on the parking lot. And I called him in to assist in it. Well, Miss Foster, who was a nurse, and he told her that he wanted to go home, take you to the hospital, and let the doctor check you out. Now,
Mr. Pender, I think we may have lost you. We can't hear you.
Lowe Regional Hospital down there in Pender. On the way to the hospital, he started fighting with the nurse. And he got off the stretcher and all. He got out of the restraint and she put on him, Miss Foster had put on him to keep him on the stretcher. So Mr. Foster, he had to stop the ambulance, go to the rear of the ambulance, and help Miss Foster get him restrained again on the stretcher. Then she called the hospital and talked to the doctor, and I believe the doctor's name was Dr. Fowler.
Yes, sir. Mr. Pender. Mr. Pender, we have all those details and all what happened in the ambulance and at the hospital. Mr. Griggs eventually passed away, and you were arrested and charged with manslaughter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us why you're seeking a pardon.
Well, I want to clear my name for something that I didn't do. After I was in jail, a year before I got out of jail, he sued the hospital.
Right. Yes, sir. We have all that.
We paid him $400,000. The Third Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in her favor against the hospital in his death. And I see it like this now. How can two different men kill the same man in two different times?
Yes, sir. We have all that information, so you're just trying to clear your name. We have some questions for you, sir. And first is going to be Mr. Tillis.
If I can answer them, I'll do it.
Okay, when I was reading your report, I didn't see anything about he came at you at a pipe. I just read where he charged you and you hit him with your flashlight.
That ain't correct. He was supposed to have been in there because I made that report to the state police and to the FBI. And I made it to the DA's investigator. I told him everything that happened.
So he swung on you first?
Sir?
He swung on you first? He tried to hit you with a pipe?
Yes, sir. He sure did. I arrested him for public intoxication and disturbing the peace. He came at me with the pipe. I held my hand in front of me. He hit me, and I hit him back, but I didn't hit him hard enough to kill him.
Okay, I have no more questions. Someone else wants.
Are there any other questions? No other questions, guys? All right, Mr. Pender, we don't have any other questions. Let me just advise you that we have no comment from the 6th Judicial District, the court. We don't have any opposition from the court. We have opposition from the DA's office in the 6th Judicial District. We didn't get a comment from Sheriff Jones.
Right, he said no comment.
Yeah, that's right. So you need to just be aware, we have the Newellton Police Chief is unopposed. So we don't have any other questions of you, sir. We are, we do have information from the victim's brother, from Mr. Griggs' brother, that he is opposed to a pardon for you.
Well, I figured they would be.
Yes, sir. And are you a veteran, sir? You're a military veteran?
Yeah, I am now. I sure am. And I served 10 years in the military, 6 years in the National Guard.
Well, thank you for your service, sir.
Well, thank you very much.
Mr. Pender, I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis will be voting first.
My vote is to grant with restoration of firearm.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Prater?
I concur also. I think since such a settlement from the hospital that means a lot to me in the fact that, yeah, it's a grant with restoration.
Mr. Freeman?
I vote to grant with restoration.
Wait, we still voting, Mr. Pender? And so we've got 4 votes to grant your request for a pardon with restoration of firearms. And I'm the last vote. I also agree with my colleagues sir. So based on the information you provided to us and what's in the record and in the length of time since this occurred, sir, we're going to make the recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Well, I thank you very much. I appreciate it,
Yes, sir. Good luck to you.
ma'am.